Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Waffleville, and welcome to our first Conquest stream here. It's been a while since we've had these, and first with the Nords. Now, this was a tutorial that I just did for the Patreon page, kind of setting the color scheme. We got two more of these to do, so I think we'll hit these guys. I think I'm probably gonna maybe stick with the same sort of color scheme here, right? Armored Wolf. Hey there, Landrast. So Armored Wolf, yeah, December 13th. That's oh hey Landrest, that the Lord of the Rings movie, the one I've been talking about, that's coming out on the 13th of December, and they I guess they just did the trailer today because I've seen some of the reaction to it, and definitely is looking pretty good. So we're gonna stick with that same color scheme, I think, and that was fairly simple. Now let's get down to some stuffs here on the base. Landrast, it seemed to be nonsense free. Yes, not all the stuff that we've been seeing and everything else. I think anime is the way to go to avoid a lot of that craziness, for sure. So enjoy the movie there, Landrast. We'll see you later. Have a good one. That's good, Armored Wolf. I just anytime I hear that, I just yeah, you kind of go, ooh, what happened? Because you never know sometimes. So Landrast, yeah, they were basically like doing side by sides or whatever of movie scenes from the original trilogy, and then what this looked like. And it is, I mean, it's basically the original trilogy movies, but in anime style. So that was, I don't know. I think there's great potential here for this. So Landrest, enjoy the movie. Yeah, I knew it was coming out in December, and I think you can kind of tell, where GW is going to be making miniatures, and I guess they really wanted to be able to make miniatures from this because I think they can maybe have a little bit of leeway, right? Yeah, so hopefully there was no, what do we want to say, revisions. Like things were nailed down in July, and all of a sudden they got unnailed down, right, Nayland? How you doing there, Nayland? Hola. I hope that you're doing really, really well. Hey, Ryan. So Ryan, I think I sent you pictures of the giant backdrop, right? Yeah, that's 6 feet long. When I tried to do the original ones, it took the better part of an entire day. I think I had that one put together and painted in about 30 minutes. Maybe like 32 or something like that, but a fraction of the time. And now that means I can spend, a little more to maybe putting some details on there tomorrow or whatever. So great to see you there, Neelan. I hope that you're doing well. We are all very excited because the uh, the War of the Rohirrim trailer, I guess that came out today. It's announced for December 13th in theaters. Yes, indeed, that's going to be very fun. Glad that you're doing well there, Neelan. And of course, Neelan, if there's anything that you're working on that maybe you wanted to share in the chat or something like that, same thing, Ryan. Obviously, the usual, right? Just wait for a little while before, so that folks can kind of come in and such. Ryan, basically, I've been saving cardboard, like giant pieces of cardboard, for years. And by years, I mean like 4 years or so. Just anything that's that big, been saving it. And there's actually another piece of furniture that's in a big giant box that I never got to put together back in 2022. And that's going to also provide the cardboard for another backdrop. Time for this, time for that. Little S-full team there. And right, yeah, well, I'll shoot out the links tomorrow, and we'll give those a test. Thanks again for working on that stuff. So yeah, Armored Wolf, I'll be shooting you links tomorrow to that project that Ryan's been working on to try and kind of separate out the Patreon vids. Well, Neelan, that sounds good. Yeah, so Neelan, of course, again, if you when you get your pictures of those ready to go and such, and you ever want to share those in the chat, well, we've painted a wee bit of Shatterpoint stuff here, right? So sure, that'd be very cool. So Ryan, the idea is that it's something super light. That all I need is like 2 nails to just tap it to the wall. It's got that stupid, wooden paneling on there, so I don't mind sticking a bunch of holes in it. That'll go up there. Just the 2 nails is pretty all much, or it's 2 screws or whatever. That's all it's going to take to hold that up there. And I'll try to get you some pictures. I also moved other tables in place. Actually, I had to move some stuff out to the garage to make room for other things, to make room for something else, so that could all start to go in place. So yeah, Armored Wolf, Ryan's been working on basically something where it would search the videos for you. So if people wanted to see just a certain army painter series or whatever, they could search that instead of trying to search YouTube and everything else. And I would obviously go according to pledge level, and it would also even distinguish regular YouTube vids from Patreon vids. It was I got to see, what would you say, the beta test version, right, Ryan, at Gen Con. Now, where's our, here it is. It's important not to pile up too much of this here because we got all those tattoos to do. So Armored Wolf, yeah, that's 2 liters of resin. Man, that's and I'm trying to think how many of those could you stick on each build plate there, Armored Wolf? Maybe 10. Okay, that's cloth. That's cloth. There's a way more cloth on this guy than there was on the other guy. Okay, we will get something lighter going on this. Not too much later. A little bit later. Let me see what we got here. Let's see what we got here. So only 8 of them at a time. And Armored Wolf, was that like a 4 to 6 hour print or something like that also? Yeah, let's keep going with this somewhat orangey. Oh, it's a little less orangey now than what we started with. Super dry brushy here, of course. Then we're gonna get this other stuff. Then we're gonna do our darker glazy stuff. Oh, that's good, Armored Wolf. Well, it's good and bad because it means having to babysit that thing and constantly change out the prints all the time. Right, Horns fan? It gets closer and closer, Horns fan. It's closer and closer. And of course, Horns fan, this weekend is the big matchup between the Doggies and the Giants. So yes, between Greater Western Sydney and the Western Bulldogs. Yeah, Armored Wolf, I know, remember Laminess? Laminess was huge into having a second build plate. Now, the resin that I use, I have to stir it. So even if I took off the build plate, I'd still have to stir the resin and everything else. So it wouldn't necessarily have as great an impact for me, but I can I can imagine how, for something like that, it could have a big impact for sure. Let me get some more of this. Yeah, fine. A little bit lighter here. What the heck? Whoops, I'm a little too much yellow. We back away from that. There we go. There we are. So Ryan, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, we got some more eyeballs going on now in the viewing area. If you want to do that, please go ahead. As always. Oops, wrong way. Gonna go this way here. Yeah, and this way here. So Horns fan. Oh, where is? Oh, gee whiz! I almost forgot. So here's the reference. Remember those AI references I was talking about? Actually, well, it did four. I got these two up here on the screen, and again, that is what the other Werewarg looked like. So yeah, as soon as I saw these, and it took one shot basically to get this, I said, that's gonna work. That works for me." Hey there, Board Game Geek. How you doing? Sorry we were showing off some references there. Everybody, please give Board Game Geek TV a follow. How you doing there, Board Game? We're painting some of these Conquest Nords here. So what we were just showing is the AI references because I wasn't sure if I wanted to do this because these guys, if you look at the official color scheme, don't look anything like this. This is something we've been doing a lot of. We have been using AI to do things like, okay, show me Conquest Nord Werewargs with Nordic tattoos, brown skin slash fur, and winter bases. And that's what it showed me. Now, where's my same thing for Arnor? We did the same thing for our elves. So the AI is really helpful for generating color schemes. So yeah, everybody please check out that Instagram link that Ryan just shared. So again, paint with the oil paints like usual, Board Game. Thanks, Board Game Geek. Now, Board Game, I don't know if you've been seeing, we've painted a whole bunch of these now. And I mean, just to give you an idea just how small they are, look at that. So we've been painting a bunch of 1800 scale ships there. How you doing there, Russian Blue? So, Board Game, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. And of course, this was the other army, right? Where so we want to do the Dark Queen Shmaladra armor, right? Where she basically accepts the one true ring, ditches the elven ring, Lothlorien dies and turns to icicles and snow. And I went into AI and I said, show me Galadrim elves with white armor, teal cloaks, snow bases. Based on the reference, I said, well, this is going to happen, and we've done an entire. I think we're up to 30 miniatures for this army now. And of course, where's our latest thing that we did? Well, here he is. For our Tomb Kings, we did another one of the Titan Forge Tomb Kings there. Very fun doing him. Nice to see you there, Valfira. Hopefully you are feeling a little bit better and not so much craziness there. Hey Valfira, did you? I think I sent you some of the pictures right at the last minute there of that backdrop. That's for the big filming area right there. So again, Board Game Geek, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that as always. And we're just underway here. We're about 14 minutes in. We are gonna start putting some greens out here. Perline black. Little bit of the basically almost burned umber into that to make sure it kind of gets as nice and neutral, not too cool, not too warm. So great to see you there, Valfira. Again, I hope that everything is going as well as possible. Sometimes it's all relative, right, right, Valfira? Sometimes you take what you can get. And of course, I don't know if people. Hey Ryan, that was ebony flesh. I basically used up pretty much all the ebony flesh. Well, almost all of it. So I'm gonna have to beg Ken for a whole bunch of bottles of ebony flesh. Yeah, that used up a hefty amount of it right there. So Velfair, it was basically a test to see if the area that I was trying to create could actually work for something like that. Obviously, there was no. I'd have to build my little ventilation thing, or at least something to kind of capture some of the stuff. I had fans going. I had a little that cardboard box. I obviously had my respirator thing on too. And I basically had it for what, a half an hour. Yeah, it was about 30 minutes to because I was priming about 40 miniatures and needed to get that done right quick. It was something like 4:40 in the morning when I started doing that, and I said this has to be done by 5:30. Yep, Valfira, that was all just with the that Liquitex spray paint. Because remember, it's not the classic spray paint that's got all the noxiousness to it. That is just literally basically acrylic paint in a can. And all I used was paper towels and bits of shredded cardboard. You can see it in the pictures. You can see just bits of paper towel and stuff to use as masks. The idea is that I'll go in there and then I'll clean up certain things and whatever. Could try this, some of this, maybe a little bit of the radiant green too. Valfera, unfortunately, I don't have that compressor. Ken basically took that back so that he could do testing with it. So yeah, sadly, I don't have that. I don't have that thing. Uh, I basically just used the big giant unit that I have. Was it the tankless one, or is it the one with the tank? Yeah, I think it's the one without whatever it is, whatever the big one is. Because that one was the easiest to set up, and I basically used the same airbrush that I was using at Gen Con. And all I had to do was shoot one color through it. It was ebony flesh primer. That's all that went through it, nothing else. And Armored Wolf has the Lethal Shadows one. Forgot all about that one. The one I'm after is that little box. I'm gonna be shooting Ken a message saying, well, A, first of all, can I buy some ebony flesh primer off of you? Second of all, are you almost done testing out that thing? Because that would be very handy. Because that tankless I mean, that makes a lot of racket. That one, I was reminded of just how much noise that made. So you can see we're just throwing in some lights here now. So again, everybody please check out that link that Ryan shared. Valfira, you want to share your dragon? Sorry if I forgot to ask. Let me see. Oh, that bust there. That's gonna be for a Patreon vid. I haven't actually primed a bust yet in the ebony flesh, so I just wanted to see, yeah, what would that do? We've been doing, that kind of terracotta slash uh, black primer mix for everything. I thought, well, let's give this a try. But there's a whole bunch of miniatures in there that we'll be seeing on stream, that's for sure. A whole bunch of Farharad stuff, and then a whole bunch of Minas Morgul stuff. And I want to try some glowy type things. That's actually going to be the next Patreon vid. Is going to be me doing sort of a color test figure on the Minas Morgul stuff. Let's do this. So I think tomorrow, I might paint the third one of this unit tomorrow night, because that'll give me some time to actually maybe film that color test vid for the Morgul Knights. Oh yeah, okay, we got some ways to go there. So Valfira, those, I don't know if you can see, they might all be turned around the wrong way, but if you look close, you'll see there's basically horses carved into them. And obviously that's kind of for some Rohan terrain there. And Valfira, I don't know if you saw the trailer for the new War of the Rohirrim movie, which comes out December 13th. Super excited about that. And then the other thing that was in there too was just some scatter terrain that I had printed. Barrels, more barrels, other barrels, also some more barrels. You sense the theme, right? Oh, and by the way, there was some barrels in there too. Just in case we forgot to mention that they were barrels. So using the Ye Old Craft brush here, like a de facto filbert brush, which you can really only do with the oils because it kind of holds it together. The acrylics, it kind of separates and, well, it separates so it all dries together. there's that. Yeah, that's no fun. No fun. So yeah, Valfira, there's the rest of the Mahood riders and a couple of infantry. Let's see. I had hoped to have the whatchamacallit, what were they? Not the Valkyrie. They're primed already. The Huskarls. Yes, the Huskarls. Everybody, please check out Michael Paints Minis. Michael, it's getting to be that time. You got to post your Reapercon link there, because Reapercon is a Reapercon and right there. So Michael, I hope that all entries, I mean, if they're not 100% done, at least they're getting into that triple digit territory there. I hope that is going very well for you. Again, you want to share your event list in the chat, please go ahead and do that. There it is. So see that tabletop events for Reapercon there. Reapercon is, well, the Armored Wolf is like, no kidding, it's coming fast. Michael's like, no kidding, it's coming fast. Just so go check that out. If you're going to Reapercon, you need to go do that. The entries are done. Oh, that's even better yet, Michael. Wow, that's fantastic. That's got to be a heck of a relief right there. To just know, I mean, and if you just want to, if you remember something, I wanted to do this one little thing, you can just do that, right? You're not trying to do the whole all-nighter thing right beforehand. So that's fantastic, Michael. That is super cool. Boy, there's so much more of this green on this guy than on the test figure. And again, Michael, yeah, I don't think you had a chance to see. Remember I was talking about using the AI for figuring out the color scheme on these guys? Well, the AI was really supreme. I mean, that's only 2 of the 4 images. And then that was the one that we did based on those. So everybody please check out the dragon there. That's great, Michael. So yeah, Michael, I know that. Gosh, I mean, months and months and months you've been working on this, right? I hope that it kind of feels a little bit satisfying. You know, you've been working on it, and it's just about here. And you can say, "All right, well, did the best I could. Now it's time to go teach the folks." So Valfira, I believe this one it's just a Windows one. It's called Copilot. Yeah, it's called Copilot, and I think you get something like 14 tries for free or 15 per day. I mean, I've never used more than 8 or 9. I think maybe 9. I've never even gotten into 10. So I think you'll be able to do everything that you want to with just that 15. Yeah, Michael, that's like you say, you actually get to enjoy it. When does that happen? Yeah, that's really cool there, Michael. Well, again, congratulations, and I know you've been working really, really hard for a very long time to get to that stage. Hey, Lethal Shadows, looky here. Speaking of which, hey, Lethal Shadows, do you want to share what booth you're going to be in at PAX West? So everybody, Lethal Shadows Gaming is going to be at PAX West. I think that's what it is called, right? Lethal Shadows. So everybody, also too, please give Lethal Shadows Gaming a follow because Lethal Shadows also streams. And Valfira, obviously, here's hoping that everything's ready to go. But I mean, we know how these things go, right? You can have everything ready to go, but nothing is ever 100% ready to go, right? There's always something you got. Okay, let's do this too, or whatever. So yes, caress the brush, don't crush the brush. See that? Lethal Shadows Gaming. This is the paint scythe. We were talking about the paint weaver a little bit ago. That's a little airbrush and compressor that's USB charged, and it will work while it's also plugged in. So Lethal Shadows, if you want to share any of that stuff, please go ahead. So they're going to be in booth 22 or TT 222, right in front of the main entrance doors, and you'll recognize it right away because you'll see you got the two holograms going, right? Lethal Shadows, like you had at Gen Con. Pretty sure you'll have both of those holograms going. And I do believe that Runic Raccoon is going to be there also. So for those following Runic Raccoon, you will see Runic in the Lethal Shadows booth doing Runic stuff. We're going to be doing Runic stuff here. Yes, we're going to do runes on our wolf here. Oh, maybe even a third snazzy uh, hologram. Yeah, it was neat to get to see those in person at last. Lethal Shadows. All right. So yeah, Lethal Shadows. I'll have to send you some pictures of some of the goings on here, some of the stuff that I've been working on, trying to create all these new filming areas and such. It's been a full court press, to be sure. All right, now we're gonna do a little bit more of the lighter stuff here. Then we let that set. We are gonna go back to the skinny tones, put a little more lights there, and then we'll do our darks. Then we'll start getting into some of the freehand stuff. You know what? Let me grab this here. So yeah, here we go. Let's just do this. So we'll basically be doing the same deal right here. So Valfir, I did not dig out the hole today. I was doing a lot of other stuff, moving furniture around, doing that. Basically, I got this other material. It's essentially it's like a rubber seal, and what I want to do is put that around the edges on the inside. Because Valfira, what I want to see is You know how it's was it the least path of least resistance? What I need to see is if this is, impermeable, does it cause the other area to maybe be more vulnerable? So essentially I don't want to use up this compound when maybe I should put it on the other one, if that makes any sense. So I'm trying to kind of save the compound just in case we maybe need to do the other one, and the other one I would have to dig out. I have to say, Velfera, I'm not amused because the post hole digger that Amazon sent me was used. I'm looking at this, the box was all beat up, and I thought, well, okay, it's a box, whatever. Then I pull out the thing, and it's covered with dirt, and the label on it is like worn away. Yeah, it was used. So it is Flex Seal there, Velfera. It's not going to be the whole wall. I'm just going to start out with the edges of what I did. So not doing the whole thing because eventually it's going to spread out further than that. But I want to just focus on the edges of where this hydraulic cement was done so that it doesn't have a chance to kind of sneak out the sides of the hydraulic cement, if that makes any sense. Hey there, Tira, how you doing? So Tira, great excitement today because the War of the Rohirrim trailer was shown. December 13th, War of the Rohirrim in theaters. And it looks as glorious as what I was hoping it would. Oh, and the music. Yes, the music is the music that we all know and love. Yes, indeed. So that very distinct Rohan music. Guess what? We get to hear it again. So that'll be fabulous too. Now, Velfira, I've used that all around the gutters. Yeah, actually, I must have used at least a gallon of the paintable stuff and probably 3 cans of the sprayable stuff. So yeah, the flex stuff, I'll be putting that on tomorrow, among other things. And then we'll see how they go. Okay, so now we've got our greens in place. Let's try to get some lighter stuff here for the skins there. Nice to see you there, Judge Dredd. So Dredd, I hope that you're doing super well. Great to see you, of course. So again, Lethal Shadows obviously does the brushes, does the airbrush, has a paint line going. You also have your resin. Actually, is there a special name for the resin Lethal Shadows? Oh, where did that go? Where did that go? Where is he? Oh, nope, that's not him. I was gonna show the new one that I just. Oh, is he over here maybe? No, I don't see him there either. Where did he? Oh, I think I know where he went. Sorry, they're Lethal Shadows. He's I can't reach him right here. But yes, Lethal Shadows also has their own sculpts, and obviously Lethal Shadows, kind of the one-stop shop for STL files with thousands and thousands and thousands of files. So Judge Dredd, basically, now I don't know which oranges you have. Now, well, let's see. Well, this one's super expensive, so we don't want to deal with that. Now, obviously, there's the cadmium colors, like the cadmium oranges and all that other kind of stuff. But what you could do there, Judge Dredd, I don't know if you have something like a naphthol red oh wait, wrong shelf. This shelf right here, not perline red. So maybe something like a naphthol red. You mix that with something like if you have the radiant yellow maybe, and then you use Indian yellow to put it back to orange. So naphthol red and the radiant yellow would kind of give you the opacity. Then you hit it with the Indian yellow to bring it back to more of an orange, if that makes any sense. Now, oh, and Velfair, I'm going to try and shoot you a link tomorrow. Ryan's been working very hard. Basically, a little bit of a program that's going to let you search all of the Patreon videos. Well, actually, all of the YouTube videos. So instead of having to, spend a lot of time looking for one specific vid, so I'll shoot you that link, and basically it's all kind of beta testing right now. I wanted to send it to Armored Wolf and to you because, well, since we communicate basically every day, that way we would be able to kind of go back and forth easily enough. So a little bit of mangoes. So Celia, their judge. You have all those? That's perfect. Because that's basically what I've done, actually, Judge Dredd, on a bunch of vids, even for object source lighting. I'll do kind of, because, the fluorescent orange, I mean, how that has zero, absolutely zero opacity. So that's where something like the brilliant yellow pale, the radiant yellow, whatever comes in opaque. That gets mixed with the orange. But that little bit of Indian yellow is what keeps it from turning peachy. Tira, unfortunately, I would love to. Uh, just the time does not allow for that. Armored Wolf and I both desperately want to be able to do some sculpting in that, or mixer, blend, or whatever, just to even be able to make some simple things for ourselves that we need. But well, only so much time, right? So 36 minutes in, yeah. Now we're going to start maybe doing some of the darker stuff, some of the darker glazy things here. Let's get down to some of that. 1 second there, Tira. There we go. We also have the movement tray that goes with that. So you can see how this is building up. Wow, he just has so much more green on him compared to this guy. Wow. No wonder I spent at least a third of that video doing the tattoo stuff on this lad over here. Okay, let's get on down to this. Where's the... there you are. Come on. So yeah, Velfera Conquest is a movement. It's a rank and flank. It's ranks and flanks. So definitely movement trays. Well, there's sort of movement trays, Velfera. In some ways, it's almost a little bit like historical gaming, where they're just like stands of 4. In the case of infantry, in the case of cav, they're just single ones like this. That's it. Because it's kind of, well, I mean, even Song of Ice and Fire, there's supposed to be a skirmish version of it. They just haven't actually, I think maybe now they finally came out with that. You can see what's happening here now. So yeah, the Raptor Riders, Velfera, those also had that. I'm basically, I think I've assembled all the Nord stuff that I have. Yeah, I've assembled all the Nords now that I got the Huskarls also assembled. Some more of this. There you go. In there with you. Down there too. Now let's take another one here. So this is it's almost more of a semi-standard glaze Velfera. It's not still not the usual thing, because there's still definitely a pin line aspect to it. I mean, you kind of have to, unless you really want to be doing the blending thing, right? You kind of have to go more pin line wash, don't you, with this? But it's kind of on a massive scale. Right? It's not the delicate panel line wash type stuff, right? You can get the claws here, also there. Really starts to change this around quickly. Oh, and we're doing the blue eyes on him. Yeah, I tried that out on the actually Velfair. I don't know if you saw the video for this. I was what last week we put out that video maybe. And again, that's what he looked like. That's from the video. And then here are the some of the AI photos there that we used to basically determine do we want to have stuff like the Nordic tattoos. I saw that and I said, oh yeah, that's gotta happen. That has got to happen. Oh geez, never did this. Now see, that is a little bit more of an actual just pin line wash there because we're just hitting it right along the edge. This too. So yeah, Velfair, we're getting closer and closer and closer to some of those the army showcase videos. Now that again we've got that I could even just go with that backdrop. There's part of me that's tempted just to put that back there and see what it's like. The next thing I have to do is see if I can find my stuffed animal stuffing. Either that, I might just get some more on Amazon. I'll look for about 5 minutes tomorrow. If I don't find it, I'll just say the heck with it and get some more because I'll need it. It's not like it won't get used. Now let me see what we have. Yeah, okay. There is so much of the green there. It's wild. Now here, see some of that got onto the green. I was hoping. You see how I'm kind of pulling that brown. Now we're actually getting a little something other than just green on this here. All right, it's kind of changing that color around a bit. And ironically enough, we got to get some of this into those shadows, and we're going to try that now. This is about the same as what we had, I think, on the maybe a little lighter than that. I was thinking it had to be darker. So Velfair, it'll mostly just be regular brushing in there as opposed to the dry brush stuff. Part of it is these conquest figures. Sometimes the details can be a little bit on the softer side. So sometimes the dry brushy thing doesn't necessarily work. It definitely does on 3D printed stuff. But it'll be a little bit more of just a standard kind of a brushstroke approach as opposed to the dry brushy stuff. Again, more so because of that limitation than anything else. Yep, we should get some of that over here too. Again, we're letting some of that glaze mix in there. See this? See how easy it is to inject some nifty little extra color into there without having to. Hashtag no layers. Hashtag no layers, right? But yeah, Velfair, definitely have to let it set for a while. That's for sure. So Velfair, what I wanted to do was actually use some oil paints on that backdrop to kind of do the detail stuff on it. But I might just set that up on the wall again with just a nail or two and go, you know what? You really can't see much more beyond this. It is a backdrop after all. So gotta keep that in mind. So yeah, if this is something like say like a Diwali War, one of the 3D printed things or whatever, or like what is it? Raging Heroes, whatever, some of their werewolves, whatever that I could get away with doing some dry brushy stuff on the fur. But here, yeah, maybe not so much. Oh, and again, by the way, that's 45 minutes. How many times have we talked about if you're able to get this kind of stuff in place really, really quickly, it gives you more time for stuff like, well, all the tattoos. Now, if you spend a little extra time on that, it's not going to. Now you're not taking 10 hours to paint the thing. I also don't want to get too much stuff here on the skin tone stuff because, well, that has to set. Like just like you were saying, this glazy stuff here has to set. The stuff that we're doing here on the skin also needs time to set. Just like in here, we want to do the blue eye. This one was weird because, of course, he only has one eye. So again, we did the blue there. Just using our craft brushes, letting things blend and do their own thing. Again, hashtag no layers. No, let me lighten this up. So there's no roots on the base. We're going to be doing the snow basing just like we did with this right here. So we will be mixing obviously the heavy gloss with the snow and then the heavy gloss for the icicles. Let me take some of you. We gotta get a little touch of that here on the tree. Something like that. Here. A little bit more of our light right there. Let me see. Where's my... There you are. Let's get a little something on here. Again, kind of using this like a de facto filbert brush. We cannot get too light with this tree over here, because if we do, well, all of those nifty little effects, right, I'm not going to do a whole bunch, right, because the snow is going to look super dingy if this is too light. So I think what we'll do is we'll paint the third one of these guys tomorrow. And then that way I can maybe do some of the snow and ice effects and stuff a little bit sooner rather than later. Just to see how that looks. Then we'll get into stuff like the Valkyries too. But obviously I want to do a color test video on that first. Let me try and get a little something lighter on these little skelly friends down here. Boy, oh boy, between these bases and the stuff that I did for the Minas Morgul, there's been a lot of skulls. Lots and lots of skulls. And of course I'm printing out Tomb King, so more skulls. Hey there, Vic Vega, how you doing? Yeah, Velfir, just absolutely love doing those. And of course, again, the only place you can get the crushed glass snow is from Armored Wolf Productions. It's the only place you're going to get it. So Vic, yep, it'll all be just fine. That's why we're working on this other stuff first. I'm going to go back into the greens here with little stuff in the shadows, and then that'll give it a little more time to set. I mean, we could do it even right now if we really wanted to, but we've got other things that we can do. So we'll play around with those first. So how you doing there, Vic? Happy Thursday. It's yeah, we still got a little while for Thursday here. Actually, this is probably one of the earlier Thursday starts, wouldn't you say, Velfira? In quite some time. Yeah, see, it's just a little still. It's not quite like you say, not set enough for doing that just yet. No big deal. No problemos. Velfir, I think, well, it wasn't quite like Armored Wolf's mimics there, but it was quite a few build plates of, yeah, there was a lot of build plates of just the Skelly Friends. I think right now, well, it's done. It was overnight. I did another build plate of torches and such because I need that for Sorcerer Kings, for the Conquest Sorcerer Kings. Now, let me take a little look-see here. Okay, we have enough for the bluish, but we're gonna go a little bit darker here. In the crevices, not so much of the thinner though. Perline black, some of the Van Dyke brown here. To go really, really dark in some places. Yeah, Velfira, well, the last night's sleep was, well, insignificant at best. So in order to avoid sleep streaming, I thought I'd just better start this earlier just in case. Because what I was going to do was get down there and take that stuff off the build plates and get the next print going. But we probably wouldn't have started here till probably 10:15 at the very earliest. And I said, no, no, that's, I think we want to get this show on the road a little bit earlier than that. So Velfira, there are two. One was printing miniatures, one actually was printing basing bits. So there's the two Mono X's side by side. I think if you check out some of the old, well, I can send you another picture if you want. But yeah, there's two Anycubic Mono X printers going side by side doing the resin stuff. And of course, we've got the Bambi X1. That's probably done. The Bamboo X1, yeah, I think that finished off its print that it was doing. So that again, the mold lines and some of the seams here that we don't usually have to deal with on the 3D printing side. Well, those are definitely going to be present here. I think we'll darken that down to blending brush. This might just do it here. So yeah, Velfir, that second one of all places, believe it or not, not Woodland Scenics, Micromark. That is the last place ever. You know, I would have thought A, to get a 3D printer, B, like at the hyper reduced, well, it was a clearance. It just happened to show up in a search because I was kind of striking out wherever I was looking. And then that one just happened to pop up, and that has been huge having that second one. And obviously, Armored Wolf says, no kidding. That would have been really handy here. Could have gotten those all of those mimics out of the way so much faster. Also, Armored Wolf, for everybody that's going to Dragon Con, 2720. That is the booth number. So if you're going to Dragon Con, you got to get yourself over to the Armored Wolf booth. And then again, because we are contractually obligated to never allow Armored Wolf to sleep, you have to buy all the merchandise there so that there's nothing left. So that Armored Wolf has to stay up all night every night to engineer more of that fabulous leather goods That is your mission if you are at if you are at Dragon Con there. Little bit more to dark down in here. So again, given a few more minutes for that to set. The part where the tattoos are gonna go there, that's pretty well. I mean, it's basically ready. If we wanted to right now, we could be doing some of the tattoo stuff there. But just trying to get a little something in on some of these other areas first here before we do that. So booth 2707, 2709. Again, for everybody that's going to Dragon Con, please go visit Armored Wolf in the dealer's room. The finest crafted leather goods you are ever going to see anywhere. Obviously, there's all the dice bags, but you've got barrettes, journal covers, uh, flat pouches for flasks, pouches for everything, pouches for pouches. There's even a pouch for another pouch. Inside, and it's like a Russian nesting pouch. There you go. That's totally fictional, but I just thought I would say that anyway. Because it's Tomfoolery Thursday, apparently. No offense to Tom. Let's hit a little bit of our dark there. We could almost give him a little bit of a razorback kind of a thing. Alrighty. Well, let's break out this. I got my indigo. So what I'm hoping to do here, some of this stuff, some of that. Oh, actually, speaking of which, let me get me a reference up here. 1 second here. Nope, that's the directory I need. Which one did I want to, is it this one here? Yeah, let me try some of this pattern here. Yep, I think the foolery family is not going to be too excited about that, right? Right, Michael? Yeah, I think they're going to be a little bit displeased. Just going to drop something right on top of that. Holy smokes, gee whiz, at doing the Nova Open thing too. Forgot all about that Armored Wolf. Alright, so we're just breaking down that indigo. We're breaking that down. It cannot be a pin line wash though. That's not going to work too well for us. We don't want a pin line wash. We just need it to be flowy. Now, what was I going to do here? Can't do that. Could do that. We also have that over there. So maybe I will kind of stick with the same motif as what we did on our other guy there. That is gonna go like this. Now we're just kind of sketching things out here. Actually, I do have a zoom so we can get even a little bit, teensy bit closer there. As we also get closer to Ghoul Studio. Hey there, Ghoul, how you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome back, appreciate that. I hope that you are doing very well. Everybody please give a Ghoul Studio a follow if you could. So Ghoul, as always, if you want to share anything in the chat, that'd be fabulous. So we'll do the film noir in a second there, Valfera, because I think you will kind of enjoy it. Well, we did actually a film noir. Remember, I don't know if you saw it, but we did a film noir on this, and it was really, really fascinating. So we definitely want to do one of those for you, Valfera. So Ghoul Studio, oil paints like usual. Some Conquest Nords here. So these are the Werewargs. These are the Werewargs. Now, this was the subject of a Patreon, well, actually a couple of Patreon videos. So that's what the original one looked like. We're going to paint to match him. But we got the idea, well, we got this idea. We said, you know what are these going to look like with brown skin and fur, winter bases, but most importantly, Nordic tattoos. And that was the big thing was doing the Nordic tattoos. I was really looking forward to seeing that, and just popped into AI there, and it worked out very, very well. I think you remember the Arnor stuff. Same thing. We needed to test out some color schemes. We just did it with the AI first, just like we did with our elves here. All right. So this was another color scheme that we basically developed using AI. So I typed in Galadrim elves, winter bases, white armor, teal cloaks, and it basically gave me this. And I said, well, we just need to make that army happen, don't we? Now, Velfra, this should be real because there's so much green. The other one didn't have as much green. This one does have a bunch of green. It's like our color blindness test, right? Look at that. They are virtually the same values. There's almost no distinguishing them one from the other, right, Velfera? Bring it back, and all of a sudden it's like, wow, look at the difference between those. So Ghoul Studio, if you want to share anything in the chat, please again go ahead and do that. That'd be fantastic. I'm just gonna get where's my other reference here? We're gonna maybe try this one here. No, we did that. Oh, let's do this one. That's the one. That's the one we want to see. All right. Boom. So everybody, again, please give Ghoul Studio a follow. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Ghoul Studio has also shared while you're also doing the follow thing. So Ghoul Studio, I hope that the stream was super fun. I'm sure it was. And of course, thanks for the raid, Ghoul Studio. As always, that is appreciated, of course. So we're just trying to kind of Greek in and sketch in our some of our free-handed tattoos over here. Boy, Eat Jeep, it's been a while. Great to see you again there, Eat Jeep. I hope that you are also doing really well. No problem there, Ghoul Studio. Well, we're only 1 hour in. Yes, 1 hour ago, this had no paint on it whatsoever. Now, absolutely none. Just throwing it out there. There was no paint on this guy at all. Like the Weeping Angel says, don't blink, because it happens really, really quickly. Let me do something like this, maybe. And then, of course, this is where we fill it in, right? And then we come back later and carve out some other shapes in it. Nice to see you there, Dark Horse. So great to see you again there, Eat Jeep. Appreciate you being here. So Dark Horse, I had to Alex the Cave Troll. Well, Dark Horse, we're all very excited, of course, because War of the Rohirrim trailer dropped today. It's going to be in the theaters on December 13th. So great rejoicing in all of Wappleville because yes, and it looked pretty nifty, have to say. So you can see how this is all nice and set up, right? That is why we were working on those other things so that this could be nice and set up. And just keeping it simple, right, with the indigo. And once you kind of establish the initial structure, then you just kind of start to add to it. And that's what we're doing here. We're just kind of adding to it. Yeah, Dark Horse. It was so wild to see basically these little side by sides of the original movie next to this to show the comparison of the imagery. There was the slight differences in the banners in Medjugorje, obviously to show it was a different dynasty in Medjugorje at the time. I mean, and also too, even the hill the charge of the Rohirrim, to relieve the Hornburg. And there's even when you see the snow, obviously that's Helm Hammerhand going out there and beating up on the Dunlendings. So it seems like they're trying to be particularly cognizant of the lore, right, Sectorix? How you doing? Yeah, Dark Horse. I actually, believe it or not, I haven't seen the trailer. I only saw the analysis of it, so I actually have to see the trailer myself. Obviously, after the stream at some point, we'll do that. So, Sectorix, how you doing? As always, great to see you. Okay, we're just gonna start building off of this here. So, Sectorix, great to see you again. There was some progress made today on some of the filming stuff. Tomorrow is going to be another long day of working on that. So again, see how we're just building this one upon the other. Now let's get this element in here. So Sectorix, I think that was 40 some odd miniatures, plus several pieces of terrain. And that was in about 32 minutes, maybe. Nice to see you there, Rot. How you doing? Somebody let the hey Rottweiler. Somebody let the dogs out. Geez, I knew there was something I wanted to actually type in the description there. Yeah, who let the dogs out? Also doggies with tattoos. So Rottweiler, great to see you. Everybody please give Rottweiler a follow. So Rottweiler, this is the thing we were talking about with the AI. Generating, we actually generated 4 of those references. And again, this was the color test that we did. That was in a tutorial vid. And now, as you can see, we're getting down to some tats everywhere else. And all of the Nords are going to be getting this. The Valkyries, the Huskarls. Oh, you know what? A Dark Horse, they mention, you know how on my Dunlendings I put the blue woad on them and stuff and the markings? That's in the movies. Maybe you can see it better here. Yeah, yeah. See on Freya there. Oh, and also on what's his name? Yeah, see his shoulder right there. That's in the movie. So I was quite prophetic. Hey there, Recoil, how you doing? So everybody, please give Recoil a follow as well. So you gotta give Rottweiler a follow too, but then you also have to give Recoil a follow. So Recoil, I hope that you're doing well, because Recoil is also streaming now. So Eep Jeep, I don't know if you saw all the Arnor stuff that we did, but I had 3 armies that needed color schemes that were all related to each other. And I've been doing these in my tutorial videos here. So I said, show me Arnor miniatures with gold armor and red cloaks. The key thing is actually that black. On the image on the left, see that black accent color? That black is running through all 3 armies. As you get to Cardolan and then to Rudar, there's less and less gold, and by the time you get to Rudar, it's all just black. It's black with rusted metal. Uh, Now here, let me get back to my scene because, come on, there we go. For our Galadrim army, right, with a Dark Queen Schmaladriel, we typed in, show me Galadrim elves, winter bases, white armor, teal cloaks. And it basically spat out something that looked a lot like that. And I said, well, that's going to happen, right, Mom? How you doing there, Mom? Everybody, please say hello to Recoil's mom. So great to see you there, Mom. I hope that everybody is doing very well there. So great to see you as always. You know what? I'm going to darken that down a bit. So Rottweiler, if you wanted to share a link or anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Again, everybody, please give Rottweiler a follow. So great to see you there, Mom. Let me get a little more of this. Yeah, a little more of that. Now we're gonna thin it down just a touch more. There we go. And I think we're also going to strengthen that line a bit. Remember, we can come back. We can basically kind of carve some of this away with our light. However, we need to, we don't want to be hasty, little hobbitses, right? Don't be hasty. Little more of this right here. Like so. Now, it can get to be a little bit jinky when you start dealing with things like the bones and elbows and everything else. Here, we're just going to kind of keep things pretty simple because we only have this little area to work with. That while this has a chance to set, we'll go back to the cloth there and hit that. We also, don't forget, we got that as well. Glad that you're doing well there, Mom. Yeah, let me get some more of this stuff on the inside here. Just a little something something. Bad. That will also get to things like the eyes, right? Because we want to do the blue in the eyes. We gotta do stuff on his face there as well. So plenty of other things to do. Lots of darks to put in. We still technically have some lights to put in on the skin tone also. Now let me see if we can make this work. And it kind of is out in rows like that. Then, oh yeah, okay, that would be here. Now we wanted to go in the other way. like that. Put a little hook on this maybe if we can. Like that. So yeah, recoil, can't believe it. We have a trailer now. And of course, all I could think is, what does this mean for MESBG, of course? What does it mean as far as what potential new miniatures might look like? Since we're kind of developing a little something over there. Now let me get back into this. And I'm going to get working from one of my references here. The AI, it spat out 4 very usable references, which was really nice. That was very unexpected. Basically on the first try. You never quite know what you're going to get from the AI, of course. Sometimes it will maybe take a few attempts. I know in the Council of Miniature Painters we were talking about it, and they said, well, what's to keep you from going down the rabbit hole of just endless color scheme, whatever, just typing in variables. Well, you get 15 free ones. After that, you gotta start chucking in money. So then it starts becoming like a, what is that? Like a slot machine. To me, it's like, okay, again, I can be just fine with only the 15 or whatever. I don't need more than that. Now here, I'm just going to stick with sort of the most recognizable aspect out here instead of trying to shove it down in that crevice over there. So Mom, I was just doing more today. I'll send later on tonight after the stream. I want to take a picture. I've been putting these. They're basically those solar-powered garden lights. I've been putting those in the garden with the idea that, well, when it does get to be winter time, it's basically going to be an illuminated garden. So today there was some butterflies that I put in there. And then there was supposed to be some roses, basically light up roses that were supposed to show up today. They did not appear. But hopefully maybe they show up tomorrow. And then again, moving a whole bunch of other furniture and such around to try and create areas for my new the new photography and filming. So again, doing our tattoos right here. Want to make sure there's not too much paint on there. And now we're going to try and get these things to line up here, if we can. Like that. And then have it come down and around there. So again, trying to tie these designs together. Okay, there we go. I was setting up some more work areas. Testing out the airbrush last night very briefly. So here we're just going to add these little elements right in there. Okay, here we go again, right up on top there. So recoil, if you want to share any of the stuff in the chat, like always, please go ahead and do that. Yep, we're gonna darken this up a little so that we can have a piece of that come out like so. Again, trying to have the most recognizable, easy to see things here instead of trying to do a super complex pattern. Again, down in a crevice right there. That's just not going to work very well. Sometimes I also try to avoid areas where I would really rather have the highlight showing up in a this or that place. Okay, a little something there. And remember, if we do something like this, see we have a big old dark area there. That's we can kind of go in and then separate that and make it a little bit smaller there. So everybody, please check out that link that Recoil just shared. And then, of course, while you're at it, please give Recoil a follow too. Let me get this coming down from there. Actually, that's going to have to also be some, yeah, our skin right there. Coming down under here. Oh, and by the way, all of this 1 hour 22 minutes. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. Recoilism. I also did, there was a little bit of painting that I had done down in the base. There's a bunch more that'll have to happen, and then there's I'll have to resume this stuff outside very soon. Still have not had a chance to do the kitchen floor yet. That still remains. Connect this to something there. A little more pieces of... No, I'm just going to do that whole thing. Yep, do that whole thing. Now we have several videos on the Patreon page that really get into tattoos. This was actually a sketch thing that we did. That was a big old giant, and you can see here, see how you have that big dark section, and then you come in here and you just do these little... It's way easier to just paint the whole big blob and then come in and do that lighter stuff, which is basically the skin, which is that's what we'll be doing here on some of those. We'll be coming back in after the fact. So again, everybody please give Recoil a follow, Rottweiler a follow. And of course, Armored Wolf is going to be at Dragon Con, booth 2707 and 2709. And again, go there, buy everything. So that way Armored Wolf has no stock left, and he has to just stay up all night, every night, to make new stock for the next show. Where it is fine. We'll do a little something there. And a little more under here. You can see, again, caress the brush. Don't crush the brush. Yeah, we don't have a whole lot of space here to work with, so we're going to try and put some of the most recognizable parts of the pattern there. Just again, so it's real easy for the viewer to understand what it is they're looking at. Don't want to confusel them. That won't be good. Now at a certain point here, I think we have to stop with this and let's start doing some stuff over here. Violet. Oh yeah. We need a little bit of our perline red out here. Not naphthol red, need the perline red. That's this right here. I'll just go over here in the corner. In the corner. So again, some of the red, some of the violet. That's going to go out here. Then we'll lighten up the chompers. So now we'll just start messing around with the face. This is kind of how it went with, again, this is our tutorial video that we did for the Patreon page. Basically a color test figure. We got 2 more of these guys. Well, we got 1 more guy after this that we'll paint on stream. Then we'll get into the Valkyries. We'll get into the Huskarls. And we'll at least have the start. We'll have a start to our Nords. Some of the red, some of the violet. Again, that's going to go here. Some of the violet as Fultum. It's normally kind of a gold shadow color that we use, but it's kind of a nice little amber type color. That's going to go in here too. Now let's see if we could start getting something a little lighter on the chompers here. I need me a little drop all there and there on those alkids. Keep them active. Break that down. That is going to be way too thin. That's virtually a pin line wash. So actually throw in a little bit of the Indian yellow to thicken that up a little. Chompers there. Now we'll lighten those up. Some of the fast matte white into that yellow mix. Do you see my fingers? Yeah, they're not even anywhere. Look at that. Not only they're not on the screen, they are nowhere near the ferrule of that brush as they should be. That is, we don't want those things right on the ferrule of the brush because that means you're going to have a death grip on that brush. It's going to make it real hard to do relaxed stuff like that freehand, tell you that. Ain't going to be easy. You got a death grip like this, it's like, how are we going to do all this? And that you saw, we had a very free-flowing brush, right? Doesn't happen if you got the death grip on it. Gotta avoid that. And of course, less is more. And more is way too much. Oh yeah, we're using that the same color we were using on the teeths. That's going on the belt now. Did we do something gradually lighter? No, we went boom. Literally, same color as this. Going on this strap or belt or whatever it is. Well, looky here, we got Jamie Daggers in the house. Jamie, how you doing? Everybody, please give Jamie Daggers a follow. Jamie, I know you got some fun stuffs there on the Instas to share. So if you want to share your Instas there, Jamie, please go ahead. And again, everybody give Jamie Daggers a follow. And Jamie, just let folks know when your next stream might be. I know that you're doing ReaperCon, right, Jamie, or are you gonna be maybe at are you gonna be at Dragon Con? So great to see you there, Jamie. Hope that you have had a sensational. Well, here's hoping that you didn't catch anything weird at Gen Con. I know some folks, most people escaped, but not everybody did intact. So you'll be at Nova, okay. So everybody can please give Jamie Daggers a follow. And of course, please check out there's gonna be Instalink, right? And of course, Jamie, I'm sure you got a bunch of stuff ready for, oh, what's it, Capital Palette? I think that's what it's called, right? I think that's what it's called. So again, everybody please get Jamie Daggers a follow. Yeah, see that? We can really lighten that up nice there. I think we just went very simple, just kind of a Prussian blue for the eyes. So there we go. Jamie just painted some stuff on stream today. So check out that Instagram link there. And while you're at it again, please give Jamie Daggers a follow. You want to do that. So Jamie, here's hoping you got all the stuff ready to go for Nova Open. Now, actually, oh hey Jamie, are you doing classes at Nova? Sorry, I keep thinking about Michael's classes at ReaperCon, but let folks know, if you're going to be teaching classes there at Nova, in addition to doing Capital Palette stuff. Yeah, now we get to actually see the blue in the eyes here, because he's actually got two of them, right, Sarge? Speaking of conventions and ReaperCon, Sarge, best of luck this weekend. I hope that you're going to have a big weekend of working on stuff. So thanks, Sarge. Appreciate that. And again, like I said, I hope that you get a whole bunch of high quality work time this weekend to do the tiger there. Yeah, let's get the lighter blue in here. No fuzzies. So there's a picture of one of Jamie's entries for that Capital Palette we were just talking about. Jamie, if you have any links to your game that you're going to demo there, right? If you wanna share anything like that, we want new game developers to have a chance to have eyeballs view their games, even if it's not actually at the convention here. So yeah, if you want to share your game in the chat, please go ahead. So Sarge, I hope that today wasn't too bad. Well, it's 11:30, probably a usual kind of a. So was it like an average long day instead of a long day? I guess that's what I'm going for there. Now, how's about which way do we want them looking? Straight? Well, usually I like them looking off to the side, but let's try this here. Over there. Okay, so he's yep, he is lined up right. He is all lined up. Where's his other snoot? There it is. All right. Oh yeah, let me take a quick little look-see here. Sure enough, yep, we got to get ourselves a whole heap and ton of lighter stuff there in the face, just like the other one there. Saturday is the long day. Okay. So again, everybody, please check out that short turl at DC9 XJ. So that's the thing that Jamie has been working really hard on. So everybody, please also check that out. Let me see what happens with. Oh no. Well, let me get a little bit of drop of thinner on this, like you do. Break that down. Here we go. That's some of our Naphtol Scarlet over there. Little more of that. Let's see what we can work into. Ooh, I can tell right now there's way too much thinner in there. Wise choice. That would have turned into a pin line wash super fast. Nothing wrong with a pin line wash, unless that's not what you want. In which case, then that's a little bit no bueno. Now let me get some of that violet over here for that tongue. Instead of just, well, more red. Oh, by the way, the snow is going to have blood effects in it, right? It's been quite literally years since I last had a chance to do that. So that's why I want to get these guys painted here so that we could do maybe a quick little tutorial vid with maybe even some updated blood effects that maybe I use the inks or whatever in addition to some of the other material that we have. Hey there, Artemichael. Nice to see ya. Artemichael, you want to share anything in the chat? Also, please go ahead. Nah, that's not what we want. So we'll just wipe that away. And I like the blend that it gave me there too. I like that. So Sarge, I was wondering because obviously there's been a lot of stuff with the brass etch, and then there's the 10,000 interlocking road wheels. And I wasn't sure if it was going to be the interlocking road wheels that would be the doomsday element right there. Taking the blending brush to that. So here again on a nose. A little bit of this here. And oh, there is another one of the earrings over there. These are these are very fashionable wolves apparently here. So yeah, the Sarge, that's going to be definitely difficult with Saturday having that much of it not available, as in all of it. So everybody check out some non-metallic metals that Artemichael just posted. So Artemichael, do you have more DMing to do this weekend? They got all kinds of fun colors going on here. There's greens, grays, violets, blues, whatever. Some greens. And what some folks might say is a limited palette, right? Doesn't have to be limited. Does not have to be. It can still have all kinds of nifty colors happening. Alright, again, we have a micro blending brush here. So again, 97 minutes to get to here, which means now we have all kinds of time to do more intricate stuff right on the skin tone. Remember, we have little extra things like here, see, in that dark area of the tattoo. So we can spend a couple hours now just kind of doing all the little detail stuff instead of spending hours and hours and hours just to establish a framework. All right, so we're actually going to be spending more time on like the little extra doodads and stuff than we did on most of the miniature. And the reason we can do that, obviously the oil paints, the way we approach the oil paints, hashtag no layers, right? No layers. So Artemichael, I just remember those days where there would be people that said, well, I did 15% of the assignment. That should be at least like a B plus, right? Because I tried. It's like you tried. You wrote 1 out of the 15 pages. Try again. That I just remember how that would not set very well with any of us, did it? And we weren't the ones that had to deal with giving out the grades either. Well, speaking of limited palette, if people are only doing 15% of the time the assignment, my alphabet would also be equally limited to 1 letter. That looks like, yeah, we'll get something on these things here that's a little lighter. A little lighter there. Neelan, welcome back. So Neelan, yeah, we had some fun. Just a little light freehand here with the tattoos. Nothing special, just a lot of interlocking shapes. Lots of little curves and squigs and all that kind of stuff. Again, not rocket science. If it was, there would be a lot of flaming wrecks everywhere. Because rocket science, not really my forte. That's not what I do. Boy, look at the difference that light's going to make on the green there. So again, we were just that freehand stuff. That was just part of the. To me, that wasn't even part of the extras. That was just part of the basic stuff. Right? That's just like the object source lighting. What do we try to do? We try to begin with the freehand stuff as close to, at least as close to the beginning as possible, because there again you don't end up getting all kind of anxious that, well, geez, I've been painting on this thing for 10 hours, I don't want to ruin it, right? Trying to superimpose freehand on the top of it. So this is again another way. Maybe you just kind of avoid that anxiety. Well, Neelan, when we it was in the Council of Miniature Painters. Again, kind of, how long have you been at this sort of thing? You know what? Let me see if I can skewer this up here. Let me see if I can skewer this up here. Let me. That's in here. Nope, not there. Here. Come on. There we go. So I don't know if you can see that. That's the backdrop there. That's 6 feet long. That's those same spray cans we've been using on the terrain pieces. But here, we'll start going backwards there. That's literally just a piece of cardboard. Yeah, it's a piece of cardboard with painter's tape. And those same spray cans. And look at, here's my super elaborate masking tools there. Pieces of cardboard, paper towels, look at that. And then we're going to put the extra details on top of that. So that took building that and painting that. That was like about 32 minutes-ish. Somewhere in that range. I've got at least a half a dozen different backgrounds I'm going to have to make, probably more. Because I just realized, okay, Dol Amroth, Harad, Far Harad, those are all going to need different backdrops. The dead marshes, I can probably still just kind of have a Mordor in the distance look. And yes, just imagine like those mountains there. Imagine if you could see kind of Barad-dûr in the distance. Wouldn't that look kind of nifty? Neelan, now have you been able to do some of those color charts that we talk about so much? So Arda Michael, well, good luck with that, right, Arda Michael? Because here's the numbers. Here's what you got. More of our lighter light here. No choppers over there. So we'll lighten up these. Blending brush. Well, micro blending brush anyways on that. Again, all on this. We've got plenty of time here on the stream to play around with this. We've got the other one. So the third guy from this unit, we'll paint him up tomorrow night. Does he have as much of that green on him as the other one did? Let me see if I can even find him here. So, oh my, wow, okay. We're gonna have all kinds of fun doing tattoos on this. Look at this. Yeah, that's gonna be really fun tomorrow. We'll have a blast doing the tattoos on that. So yeah, Neil, and those the color charts are just so valuable. Uh, Again, not only does it show you what the color is gonna look like, but it shows you how it handles too. That's almost if it's not as important, it may not be more important, but it's at least as important than knowing what the color is gonna look like. Yeah, Neelan, that's definitely well. It's Sarge can attest to that too. That it just it's been kind of wild, and crazy, in the for everybody at their jobs for sure. Oh yeah, that's gonna go all the way down here. So again, you see we're starting to bring out some stuff in the hands here. Paws, hands, paws, whatever. And then we'll come back and we'll be doing a little bit of blending brush on this too. You can see we're going much stronger with the lights there. Not just a slightly lighter color. We're going strong to the hoop here. No weak stuff. No weak stuff in the lane. Let's see. So Nayland, now of course, where's obviously they discontinued the fabulous fast mats, but the Griffin Alkids, and they're not very expensive either, which is kind of nice. But yeah, the Alkids, I'm gonna probably be getting me some more though, just to make sure we have a nice little supply here. Have to get myself some more brushes too, anyhows. I'm gonna get back in here just a little quick tightening up just on this stuff, and then obviously we'll come back. We'll keep doing more of that. I'm gonna make that line a little more organized. A balance of how much thinner goes on here. Too much thinner is just going to be run all over the place, and that will not be good. So here's another case of we're going to get some more of our light in there, and the other fun thing that happens is how it brings out the pattern that much more. Brings out that tattoo design. So here again, a little bit rougher there because we're sketching that out. Now you see how that kind of smooths things out there. Here's another case. We're going to make the adjustment to these lines. Yeah, they became sharper, a little more organized. All right, same thing down here. See a little bit more of the light. And also we can see the pattern a little bit better, can't we? All this stuff is wet. By the way, everything here is wet. I could really take a makeup sponge and wipe most of the paint off of this thing. That's not what I'm going to do, but there are no mistakes with the oils, just makeup sponges. Yeah, that was another thing that went a little wonky there. Try to lighten this up a touch more. Right there. Oh, is this elbow? That's right. Yeah. That went a bit funky. Can we go a little lighter in some parts of the face? I don't know. Maybe we should give that a chance to set first. How's about we do a little bit more on our other tattoo stuff here? So that's about the right level of lightness, I think. So in here, what we're gonna do is this kind of stuff. So big dark blob, and then we draw the lighter stuff. It is a so much easier way to approach that. It is so much easier. So we're breaking this down into some smaller shapes here. See, we're gonna have triangles kind of going in opposite angles of each other. Now, what would have been easier? Trying to do the positive thing or do the negative thing? Paint the big old block and then do this stuff in here. Now, that's something I wish I had thought of, I don't know, like 15, 20 years ago. Would have made doing the tattoos a heck of a lot easier for the last, I don't know, long time. But my brain works slowly and in very mysterious ways, so I never thought of that until I just happened to see that in a video that I was doing, a tutorial vid, which is why I constantly say I think I learn more from these things than you guys do. Because, well, I mean, you gotta always be trying something new. You gotta try new stuff. Otherwise, yeah, it'll just be the same stuff over and over again. You will get bored also. Not a good consequence either. You don't want that happening. Now this also will get some lighter stuff in there. Again, just to try and, oh yeah, here, let's blend that out. There's some really hard edges there on that that green. Now this is where all the texture was filed away, because again, these are regular mini. These are not 3D printed. Obviously, all of our Conquest stuff, it's the old-fashioned way. Mold lines, seams, gaps, all that kind of stuff. And believe me, it's getting used to doing that stuff again. Even metal minis, like the Dark Sword stuff, for the most part, they're one-piece minis. Maybe there's an arm to glue on. That's it. Yeah, in some ways, the Dark Sword minis, they're not all that different to prep than, say, a 3D printed one. Which people probably be very shocked to hear that about a metal miniature, but yes. Actually, I have some Dark Sword dragons that I'm going to be putting on bases, hopefully maybe tomorrow or Sunday. And yes, I would like to, because since we can paint bigger stuff, I mean, these aren't giant dragons either. I want to paint some of these on stream. We have not had a dragon on stream in a long time. This might have been the last one. And that was one of the Bones dragons there. So that might have been the last dragon we painted on stream. I'm looking up here. Yeah, you know what? We're going to do a little cleanup there also here. See that? That big old blob now? See, it looks more complex. All I did was put a couple of dots in there. We'll do the same here. Look at this. Actually, maybe if I can do these little triangle things. Okay, I'm on that way. There we go. So see how that really, I mean, it looks like we spent all this extra time. All I did was, boom, a couple of brush strokes that way, and then added in these little lighter elements. Now you say, well, you know, I would like this to all be more subdermal. You know, not look like it's kind of like right on top of the skin. Well, there, in that case, you might just want to wait for it to dry. Once it's dry, you could take some of this skin tone color and just very, very translucently kind of do some glaze things over the top. Because remember, you can, well, even with acrylics too, but you can do opaque glazes or semi-opaque glazes. So you could do a little bit of a glaze over the top of that, and again, it would set this down and make it look like it's kind of underneath the skin instead of kind of riding right on top of the skin. You know what? We didn't really do any of our light stuff up there either. And then at a certain point here, I think I'm going to start doing some more stuff with the green here. Yeah. Let's do that. Let's give this all a chance to kind of set. Because yeah, the green can be a little bit lighter, and I also want to maybe get yeah, that's a little bit of a kind of a plain color in there. I'm gonna see what I can do. Oops. Oh well. With is that gonna be? Nah, that's not warm enough yet. I'm gonna maybe get some more of that. Basically, taking some of the burnt umber and a little bit of the radiant green. There we go. See a little bit of brown in the green there. So Tara, thank you so much for being here. You have yourself a fantastic night's sleep, and of course, geez, if I forgot to ask if you wanted to share anything in the chat before you head off to Sleep World there, please go ahead and do that. Sorry if I neglected to do so. My apologies there. Oh yeah, you want to share something, please go ahead. Any... sure. What's going on down here? Not a whole bunch. That's also kind of doing a little bit of blending brush stuff too. Where is my... some of that brown again. So instead of a darker green in the shadows, what about a darker brown? Tone that down real quick before we come back with more of our light. Tone that down. Ooh, you know what we could probably get away with here? Let me try this. Just about this. I have to be super careful about making that too light because there's a whole bunch of snow that's going to be sitting on that. And if I make that too light, well, it's the snow is going to look really dingy. Don't want we don't want dingy snow. Thanks, dear. Yeah, I could definitely use a better night's sleep than last night. Part of it was there was a delivery coming today. It was some more of the PLA showing up, and it was literally I get into was it 6:45 or something like that. Just get into bed, and it says, "Oh look, it's about to be delivered." And when you got to be kidding me. So yeah, that just kind of set the stage for not a whole lot of sleep last night. This also green here. Thought it was part of the fur, so we made a wee touch of a change there. Oh, I see it's almost a happy Friday. So close to a happy Friday. Where'd it go? This one. So, well, we know what we're doing tomorrow. It's this with more funsies on the freehands. That should be a blast. Yeah, let me just get some of this. Put some thinner into that. There's a couple of. I mean, I gotta have at least a few lights on here. Might even come back and do some darker glazy things on some parts of the rocks here. We're not going to spend a whole lot of time painting that because if there's going to be all the snow and blood effects and everything going there, do we really want to spend a whole bunch of time painting rocks that are mostly going to get covered with snow? I'm thinking that's not what we want to do. And again, no, don't want to do spoiler alerts, but you're gonna be seeing a lot of snow in that War of the Rohirrim movie. Trailer came out today. Movie comes out December 13th. Since I believe the last time I saw a movie in the theaters was 2018. That it would be nice to be able to see that in the theaters. Uh, yes, there. Which one are we? I think that is, yep, that's the one we're using for our lightest light, and we need to get some lighter light now on that main. But I would like it to have a little different color here, dipping a little bit more into the yellow. Oh yes, Sector X, something like this. Hopefully the larger paint holders will work well here. And again, instead of speaking of crushed glass, that's our counterweight in there. That's our ballast is the crushed glass. It would be nice not to have to rely on that and then constantly go, well, okay, now because there's times where there's certain things I don't paint on stream or do in videos because my few containers like this, they're otherwise occupied. Oh, that's fabulous. So Sector X, depending on what time Monday they get here, maybe we wait one more week on Armada for our bigger Armada Monday. So yeah, we want to make sure that we can really show those things off. Because basically, here we can. So that's what. Oh, and look, yeah, more crushed glass. I have two empty ones that are for only really light things, and then these two that have my counterweights. And you can see they've been used once or twice. Now, what I'm gonna let me get a little bit of the radiant green, mix that in with this yellow here, and we're gonna also try to get some more light under the green here, but not just that cooler green. We're gonna try and alter that a smidge, make that a little on the warmer side here, and then maybe we could do some. Like all the cool kids like putting texture in the cloth, right? Now looks like we got one of our old-timey bots again. And the other folks, they've been telling me they've been getting the old-timey ones like that too. It's almost like on Battlestar Galactica where they go back to analog phones and all that kind of stuff just to try and get away from the Cylon infiltration of their systems. So again, this is more of the warmer stuff. That is going to be more towards the cool side. So I don't want to do both things. We want to, again, kind of focus on the warmer greens, maybe more over here. Cooler greens on the other side. Now, there was some more news put out. It was about the Angmar supplement. the one that's going to be dead on arrival, essentially. I mean, mostly dead on arrival. Not completely, but mostly. I'm still just, since it's all about Arnor and Angmar, I'll just get that because it might give me some more ideas in the interim before the new system comes out. So I think I'll still get the new supplement anyway. There's a part of me that wonders, do you wait and just get it super cheap on eBay or whatever secondhand? Since again, it's not gonna have a whole lot of shelf life to it. So again, doing the warmer green on this side. Also up here maybe. Like that. Yeah, you know what? We should do that up here. We'll take the blending brush to it. Like that. Then we gotta start to, pretty soon transferring over to more of a cooler green. So maybe using the radiant blue and such to make those brightest lights instead of just the this yellowish green here. So thanks Armored Wolf for doing that. Again, Armored Wolf will be at Dragon Con, booth 2707 2709. Again, go there, buy all the stuffs. So I can see that starts to stand out a whole lot more now. Now over here, let's get to something a little bit on the cooler side. Yeah, recoil. I was just thinking, right? Because you had just done that for Rot. So everybody again, please give Recoil 13 and Rottweiler a follow too. Hey, Spitfire Minis, how you doing? So Spitfire, there's actually, well, I know that Lethal Shadows actually has, and this stuff has been around forever because I used to use it in watercolors. It's basically a paintable, you paint on this masking stuff, and then you can pull it off. So that probably is something that you want to use instead of tape. I think for sure you would probably want to use that instead. Everybody please check out that Instagram link that the Recoil just shared. If you could please do that and then give Recoil a follow. So Spitfire miniatures. So I was thinking that I'm actually I might try some of that on some of the German vehicles. Also, this is another thing you can do, and I've seen it done. Now, of course, this is more in the simple vein of here, we're just going to do stuff like this. Right, and here, another little piece there, maybe. And then you would either paint or spray that or something like that. And that would, again, that would let you do some of the ambush camo striping there. So that's something you can, that's just blue tack right there. And that does not remove the paint. Thank you so much, VetBod. That's 44 months. It's almost to the beginning there. So VetBod, if there's anything that you wanted to post, stuff that you're working on for Nova, Capital Palette, that sort of thing. Now, VetBod, are you... actually, VetBod, that's what I'm doing here, is I'm actually trying to make a playable armies for the game. So this was the tutorial vid. We're doing this one. Tomorrow we'll basically do the next one. I mean, it's a small unit of 3, but a unit is a unit. It's more than there was. So again, everybody please be like Neelan and go check out the link that Rico just posted, because Well, as you know, we love our bases. And remember, when these are all done, we're going to do the snow effects, we're going to do the blood effects on a tutorial video. So even what we're doing here is not the final stage. It's still setting up the next thing. Let me use this as a blending brush here, I guess. Now, well, Vitbot, I hope that that's a blast. Yeah, the one thing about, of course, if I could ever ever get to that, it would be to do the Lord of the Rings tournament. We might have one or two armies of over 1,000 points that we could bring. Like, I think I've got at least 4 confirmed 1,000-point armies, and that's just pure. That's not, okay, here's this, and we'll add a couple of eagles to it or something. Here we have this, and then we'll add the Witch King. No, it's more like these are kind of with standard characters again, homegrown from the army itself. Even my Candish stuff, if it's not at 1,000 points, it's pretty darn close of just straight up Candish stuff. Yeah, Vetbud. Now, of course, the ones at Adepticon are really going to be spectacular because they're printing, sorry, they're printing up a lot of the same terrain that I am. So the Adepticon Lord of the Rings tables are going to be pretty sensational. You know what? I'm going to keep doing this. That's going to be more of a gray in there. Yeah. So Rico is going to be streaming tonight. Can everybody please give Recoil a follow? So Recoil, it's that game between GWS and Footscray that just keeps getting closer and closer and closer. Oh, I should probably get that first before that. I'm going to do this. There. And there. Hit that again. Okay, now I'm going to try and do some of the lighter stuff on that fur. So, some of this. The Mars Yellow Deep. That fast matte white. It does dry very fast. The quick dry white, it's faster than titanium white, but still nowhere near the immediate drying, well, almost immediate drying time there of our, again, the fast matte white, that's the one thing of all of the fast matte colors that survived. All the other ones went away, but that one is still around. Now I'm trying to, there it is, there's my Terra Rosa. This is another one where I'm going to try and just break into that with some of this, the lighter tone, to make a more complicated pattern out of something that's very simple. Alright, well, Vitbod, thanks again for being here. Appreciate the lurk. Thank you so much. Is this thinned down enough? This is another area of cleanup we're trying to do here. I'm just going to maybe get some of the tattoo stuff out of the elbow there. Light, yeah. Let's do some lighter stuff here on his arm. That might be too light. No, not really. Okay. another situation where we'll have to let that have a chance to set, and then we'll maybe come back and do a teensy little indication of some tattoos there. More light there. Oh yeah, we never really did do too much down there. Then we got the claws to do. Let's get those as well. I think I can go lighter still. Oh, definitely, yeah. Better get some thinner. You see what we're doing there? Yeah. I have to get something lighter on that fur also. Here on his hand, that is still... Oh, we never did do our latest lights down there on the cloth, so we'll get to that too. Yeah, recoil, it's just... they just do not play well against GWs. I don't know what the overall record is. I mean, the record may not say that. It might be more even or whatever. And it might just be in big games. You know, it could be in weeks 1 through 5 of the season or something like that. Maybe the doggies do go up there and nab them once in a while. But it does seem when it's kind of for all the marbles, that's when things kind of go pear-shaped. Yeah, don't want to do too much of the light down there. That should be in shadow down there. Again, this is, there's again the mold lines and everything else that we're dealing with. Now, some of our violet there. Because we need to try and lighten up these, the ends of these claws here. With maybe something cooler, not the, yeah, that's it. That's the radiant blue. No, that's going to be too much. Get back some of that violet. There we go. That's more what we wanted. The fun thing is that all just kind of blends in with what's there. Boy, this would have been really handy back in the day when we had to paint lots and lots of claws and such. More of that light here. Let's lighten it up a little more now. Also with more thinner, because remember, thin sticks to thin, or thin sticks to thick, and vice versa. Nope, that's too light. I'll darken it down a little. Now these suddenly have a little bit of shape. They had absolutely none whatsoever before. Much better. Alright, do the same up here. Nope, little lighter. A little bit lighter. Bingo. So recoil that, like I was saying, I was trying to come up with the right words, but I was just thinking, you had so many different metal types on that and surfaces on that thing that you were doing that you showed me in the picture there. I thought, oh yeah, that's you kind of have your very almost like machined parts there and very shiny, and then other parts that are more like a cast type of a part. I might try to get a little more of the light out here, yeah. So I get 2 hours and 19 minutes ago, this, well, here's what he looked like. That's what he looked like. And we'll do this guy tomorrow, and as you can see, we got lots of space for more freehandy type stuff, for sure. I don't think we need our references anymore, so I think we can close these down. Get those out of the way. So good night there, Neelan. Appreciate you being here as always. Thank you so much. So have yourself a fantastic night's sleep, of course. We will try to get ourselves a better one. I think that might happen. I don't think, not anticipating a 7 in the morning delivery just as I'm crawling into bed at like 6:40 something. Yeah, recoil, that had to be so much fun there doing that. Now we're going to try and get some of that same light over here. It's also that cooler color, remember. Now here we don't have a whole lot of shapes, so we're just going to take that big old blob, blending brush. Oh look, all gets smoothed out real nice. No fuss, no muss. Oh, you know what? Here, let's get. We need some of our warmer color in there. Otherwise, won't really stand out from that green now, will it, Doji? How you doing there, Doji? Happy Friday to you. Same thing there, Crypt Shadow. Yep, it's a happy Friday here too. So great to see you there, Crypt Shadow. Doji, Crypt Shadow, you guys want to share some stuff in the chat? Please go ahead. No, that's got too much thinner. Get rid of some of that. Again, more of our little contrast there. Ah, boy, ooh, Rico, that's gonna be, ooh, that'll be extra fun. That will definitely be extra fun doing the monitors and such. Now here again, look at this. So that's a really big, thick area there. But now we break into it here. With this even here, we can. So we change those. That went from a really, like again, a blob to something much more complex. That'd be great, Doji. I know that the gardening project has been quite extensive. Technically, I did some gardening today. It was of the LED variety, putting in basically LED little flowers and butterflies in the garden. I'm hoping after the stream here that I can go out there maybe and snap some pictures of that. Let me get this here. A little lighter there. Oh yeah, that fur up there needs to certainly be lighter. And of course, we did this. So this is the first of our new painted backdrops. There we go. Yeah, so there's we're kind of going backwards in time. There it basically was just a piece of cardboard. And those spray cans, same spray cans that I'm using to do the terrain with. Doji, these some of them are really fantastic, and other ones they don't. Obviously, you know the photos that they showed don't usually represent what you actually get. That's why I want to go out there and see what they actually look like. I know that there's light because I could see that from inside the house. But do they actually maybe look like butterflies, or they just like look like little Christmas lights? My hope is that the idea is to basically create sort of a So when it gets to be winter time, right, and it's just kind of dark and there's no flowers or anything like that, you'll essentially have a year-round garden in there, and it'll just be kind of a garden of light. I don't want to lose out on the red that's in here. We're starting to lose a little bit of that also too. Taking away a little bit of the really dark gray that's over there too. I also want to get that little teensy dot that you see, on the eye. So I'm just breaking out some of my fast matte white here. It's going to take a little while, just stirring this up with some of the thinner. I will deposit just a teensy bit of it somewhere else just to get that kind of started. Oh, that's exactly where that was supposed to go. Yeah, that worked out real well. One shot, boom, got it. Let me try to maybe lighten up and these couple of chompers there. So yeah, I'm just kind of doing a little bit of step-by-step on those photos, trying to... I might do a little bit of a Insta post on that tomorrow. We'll see how that goes. More light here, and then actually I need to somehow get that light on. There we are. Yeah, it's a little more than we wanted. So we'll, a couple of ways we can cut that down. I'll mostly just use this as a de facto blending brush. There we go. So again, Doji, anything you wanted to share in the chat, please go ahead, do that. If we really wanted to have a, the reflection thing here, we can do it like this. Or we could just hit it with the heavy gloss gel or whatever, and that would also give it that little extra little glint on there. I'm going to try and make the ends of the cloth a little lighter, just because, again, we got to imagine all the snow that's going to be on here. Right? Got to imagine the whole base, well, almost the entire base covered by snow, icicles. And Doji, I don't know if you had a chance to see the vid, but here is the, that's a few of the AI images that we used. Again, to see would this color scheme work with that basing scheme, and boy, again, it just took the one search pretty much, and I said, yep, that's gonna work. I'm gonna roll with that. We've gotten the light. Oh yeah, let's hit this. Nope, nope. Gotta get rid of some of that. It was way too light. Again, the lighter we make all these rocks and such, the dingier that snow is going to appear. Same thing for Mr. Tree over here. Oh, and we haven't forgot this. We stand not for. Actually, you know what? Here, let me start playing around with this a little bit. See here. I was like, there's something that I keep forgetting. What am I forgetting? Oh yeah, it's this thing. Not that we're really going to do a whole bunch with the paint. We want it to really be focused with the with all the weathering effects, the snow, the blood effects, that kind of thing. I'm looking for my, we'll just use this, I think. Oh yeah, let's get some thinner on this. Lots of thinner, kind of a pin line wash thing here in some places. A little bit of the asphaltum, a little bit of the Mars black together. Thanks, Doji. Actually, Doji, I'll have to send you a picture. I actually did use the airbrush to prime a whole bunch of stuff from not just the last basing video, but then another 15 or so miniatures from just stuff that I was doing. So yeah, there's a lot to show. Okay, this is some of the asphaltum, some of the Mars red for some rust here. Very much a pinline washy type thing right there. Now, let me just smush some of those darks in. Now we'll come back with some of our lights again here. So much appreciated there, Doji. Now I'm actually going to be taking one or maybe two of those black Numenorians. Or no, sorry, well, Morgul Knights are kind of black Numenorians. And we're going to do a color test fig based on what I had talked about in the episode. So see you later there, Doji. Hopefully work is not too difficult today. Where's some more of the skelly friends, some more of the bones here. Again, not too much. Where's my other skelly friend over here? Now we'll have to set that aside because we did some of the glazy stuff on there. Back to a little more light here on the fur. Got mold lines and such we're dealing with on that. All right. Now this thing here has really not a lot going on. I'm going to just try this generic gray here. And we'll see how that works. That's a real dry brush right there. And yeah, you can see that goes on there because I think the very last thing we did on here was one of the pinline wash things. So no wonder that sticks so well. Back to the much lighter stuff again. This bit of fur here. These little crazy little balls. I got to figure out what are we doing with those. Do I want to go? No, not. Oh yeah, here. Why don't we just do some of the indigo around those? That would be darker, but not too warm. Also, not too green. What I can actually do is basically sort of take some of the paint off of that brush, and now even this can act as a blending brush. Maybe I'll go even more towards yellow here. So Indian yellow. Nope, more Indian yellow. More Indian yellow. To warm these things up. It's, yeah, lighter, but actually more interested in the color temperature. And of course, well, now let's do a film noir here. Before we had all the tattoos and everything, yeah, see, now the tattoos almost act as a bit of a distinguisher between the skin and the cloth. Before we did that, there was no, I mean, as you can see, that the same, basically the same set of values, right? Until we do this, and you see a very distinct, I mean, red and green, right? That's what they do for basically color blindness tests. There's red circles and green circles, and they make up numbers. If you cannot read the numbers, then you got yourself a color issue going on. It's a super simple test. Takes about 2 seconds. You look at it. It's like, what numbers do you see? And you say, what numbers? Well, that's a color blindness thing. Maybe I'm gonna not have quite so much of the red. Oh, get another one of these little crazy things here. Where's some of that yellow? That'll go up here. Till we get some more yellow, which will also go there. I'm not looking to make them gold or anything. I need a different color there. That's all. I also don't want it to be lights either. So Indian yellow. Oh, that's it. And some of the red maybe. Or is that just going to make them, that'll make them just too reddish. We don't want that. What we don't have, maybe some of the violet. A whole bunch of thinner. It's almost a bit like a pin line wash there. Nah, that needed more thinner. And we can't brush that on, right? We have to essentially just kind of, as we like to call it, the touch and go. We touch it and the brush goes away from the surface. Speaking of which, that might be something to get in our shadows here. Yes, violet in the shadow areas of green, because naturally, I mean, why not? I shall do that over here now. I think there's some of these folds that we might be missing that in. Yeah. I might even, here, we'll take some of the radiant blue, we'll mix that in with that violet. Yep, surface tension, we're trying to figure out who let the dogs out. Great to see their surface tension. So yeah, this is the one with the, the AI generated images that showed the whole tattoo thing would be really nifty, and that's what we did on this doggy on the last tutorial video there. So of course, surface tension, you want to post anything in the chat, your Mastodon links, please go ahead and do that. Now here, we're going to make that lighter, but we're using this violet, not using green. Well, it's kind of a grayish violet anyways. Radiant blue, the violet. So yes, that gets a little bit lighter there now. I think surface tension, you'll be shocked that 2 hours and 39 minutes ago, this here is what he looked like. Yep, that's it. So let's see, 120. So yeah, 159 minutes ago, that's what he looked like. Surface tension had a little bit of a boo-boo. with printing. I accidentally printed out the same build plate of Sneaky Snakes for the Tomb Kings. What I was trying to print out was an extra set of the riders. Well, what I actually thought I was printing out was the extra set of riders. No, that one was supposed to print out just the riders. And so I ended up with more of just the regular snakes, right? With their own little halberds and stuff and great weapons. Hey there, Elite. How you doing? So happy Friday there, Elite. Yeah. So Elite, what is going to be the odds that and again I'm talking about going all the way back to the days of the Decatur Staleys, which was the original Bears franchise. A quarterback that actually, like you're saying, threw for more than 4,000 yards. Surface tension, we got surplus on the surplus because the snakes, obviously, there's that really big unit of just the guys riding them, right? Because usually it's just the three guys. There's no special command figure, whatever. But that unit does essentially have a command set of figures. So Grog's Dungeon, how you doing? Thank you so much for being here. So yeah, surface tension. This was one of the two of the four images that got generated. So we typed in Conquest Werewargs, brown skin and fur, snow bases, Nordic tattoos, and it gave me four very usable images. Well, Elite, again, I'm hoping that you are the Nostradamus that predicts, again, was so 1985. Yeah, we're getting close to, mighty close to 40 years ago. So I think it's about time, right, Elite? We definitely have that surface tension. We have too many snakes. I can just imagine, Gandalf shows up and he's just going to be very exacerbated and he's just going to say, why does it always have to be snakes? More of our, yeah, a little bit of light in there too. So trying to work some of that violet in there, a little something different now. Now we did do this where we took, you know what, this will be interesting. I haven't really comboed this very much. That's this reclaimed earth. Whoops, wrong shelf. So we're mixing this here with the Egyptian violet there. Elite, yeah, you know what? I think we were talking there, Elite, how some people, like, I'll say Dallas or Pittsburgh fans, they say, well, we make the playoffs every year, but we never go anywhere. And I think you and I had this conversation, right? It's like, well, when it's 20 years of, well, nowhere at all, you say, you know what, we can take a little playoff disappointment. We can deal with that. Instead of knowing that you're going to lose 10 to 14 games a year and not do that well either. Now these little earrings there, we got to do something with that. Oh, what did we do for the... Aha, I thought so. Let's see. So some people, they can see actually more. Boy, Rico, you have to really wonder what's that. There's almost no way to simulate that, right? To say, well, here's a computer rendering of what it's like to see the world this way. You can kind of do it the other way, right? Where there's the whole color blindness thing. That's easy enough, right? But very hard to simulate what the be able to see extra ones is. So I don't, not very familiar with video games, unfortunately. There's surface tension.
So say we all.
Thank you so much, Grog's Dungeon. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. So yeah, Elite, remember what I told you when I was a kid? I actually thought that they were some kind of like semi-pro team. They were that bad. I thought, well, they're not actually an NFL team. They're just like something that the league lets in there. Yeah, Rico, I don't even know how you could show that right now. Well, I'm realizing here we got one more little area here. We want to do our little thing like we did up here, like we did over there, right, where we're kind of cutting into these things, cleaning these up. Is that too late? That is not too late. So thank you so much, Grogs. Appreciate that. That really does actually help a ton. So it's much appreciated. No, thanks, Grogs. I really hope that all these new things that we've been really emphasizing lately have been a big help to folks. I mean, even just, well, the darker primer stuff, right? So instead of the gray primer, doing the darker primer, some people have said, you know what, it's easier for me to do that than the pre-glaze. And that actually made me feel pretty good, and that it was making things a little easier for folks, because that's what we want. So, Gregs, hopefully you've got yourself maybe some decent hobby plans for the weekend. Maybe not only getting a chance to play some games, but maybe also paint some miniatures. So, Grog, now obviously a lot of them you can was it the Windsor Newton, right? The Gamlin colors. Now, I think you've been seeing the Richardson pen. Where are you hiding? There you are. So price-wise, these are much more in range of, say, the Gamlin and the Windsor Newton. The other thing there, Graugs, places like Dick Blick, they have a lot of, I mean, really, really good sales. So that is something to kind of keep an eye on. Is checking out Dick Blick and maybe just kind of getting certain key colors there. That's what I've been doing. There were some colors that I waited months, and I said, aha, they're doing the big winter sale. Boom, got it. Rico, yeah, I actually remember it was like some book with a robot that gets a color bulb for his eye, and one of the things that the robot said is that the black of the void was much deeper with the color bulb than it was just with the black and white bulb, which is why we talk about black, right? Indigo and brown. So indigo and Van Dyke brown together instead of just black, because that's actually going to be a deeper, richer dark. Because like you were saying there, you're kind of you're stimulating more of the rods and cones and everything. Yeah, Graugs definitely hit. I think also too. What is it? Jerry's Artorama. That's another one where you can get the stuff online. So Honest Gamer, well, here we'll show you the big three. We'll bring out the other one later. Where's my Windsor Newton? Here you go. So these are the big three that we use just right out of the tube. Regular old oil paints. Gamlin, Windsor Newton, Williamsburg. These two, again, along with the Richardson, essentially the same kind of price and quality. I mean, these are good, solid stuff. Really nice. This will cost you more. But when it says handmade, that's a legit thing. And technically, you're actually getting more paint out of that. Now, this is the fourth one. This more in line, price and quality wise, with the Winsor Newton Gamlin. That is going to have, sorry, more linseed oil in it, though. Just got to keep in mind that. And that means it's going to take longer to dry. I mean, that's really the big thing. But it can also make it a little mischievous for working with too, having that extra linseed oil. We could always add more. Getting it out of there is a way more difficult prospect. Hey, Boomnitz, how you doing? Boomnitz, now if you have, I don't know if you got any, sorry, Instagram links or anything like that with any pictures of the stuff that you did in oils, but if you do, that would be sensational for folks to see. So, Boomnitz, I'm really glad that that worked out for you. That is sensational. Here, let me break out the color charts again. We always recommend that folks do these, right? Because what do we see here? Not just darker, lighter, but you can see how strong this color is. Look, it almost overpowers the white completely. It's also got a little bit of a shine to it. This is very matte. It's also a much weaker color. So this is almost like a 70-30. This is more like a 45-55 right here. So Graug said, in general, your 28 millimeter. Obviously, Conquest is a giant scale. So, I mean, here we'll show you. Where's, okay, here we go. Now, we're mostly Lord of the Rings miniatures. So, pretty much 28 true scale. Conquest miniatures are a wee bit bigger. I mean, seriously, it's like twice as big. It's like a dog versus a horse. Excuse me, who exactly are you calling a dog there? He's like, dude, I wouldn't do that. So now, Song of Ice and Fire miniatures, they tend to be somewhere in between. They're kind of halfway in between these, and there's there you go. There's some of our Song of Ice and Fire stuff. Now we also do larger scale stuff. That's a 54 mil. Of course, we've done 72 mil. And then we've done really gigantic stuff. I mean, we've also painted planets. Yes, those are Christmas ornaments. And then also here we got tiny little ships there. Teensy little ships. That's from Mantic's Armada. Now we also paint terrain. So there's some of the yurts that we painted for our horsies. That is, I think it's 1/350 scale. Oh look, here's more. There's more terrain right there. And of course, lately we've been doing a whole bunch of these on Armada Mondays. So these are 1/1800 scale ships. Everything painted with the oil paints, whether it's that, whether it's a bust, whether it's this, don't matter, all the same stuff. Thanks, Grogs, appreciate that. Yeah, we've well, we've also, in addition to the U.S. Navy, we've also been doing, of course, the Regia Marina there. So doing our Italian Navy. We'll get to the French, British, and German navies too. So everybody please check out the Insta link that Boomnitz just posted. So Boomnitz, again, glad that the oils were very successful for you. Yeah, surface tension. Well, you know, in some ways, some folks say it's kind of like an army that you know very well, kind of inside and out. It's going to be a little bit better for you. Now here we're going to clean this up too. We're going to make a little adjustment in that. More of the fur up here. Thanks, Elite. Ironically, Elite, That was dead on arrival at the Golden Demons because, well, we found out the hard way that anything that is not GW lore specific is automatically, you can enter it, but you cannot win anything with it. It would be, even if it's the best painted thing ever, sadly, yeah. So unfortunately, that had no chance. It got wiped out from the get-go. So just so you know, for future ref, if you're looking to do a GW thing like that, not only does it have to be, say, Ultramarines, but it's got to be like all of these same markings, everything exactly the way GW would do it. So yeah, no creating your own chapters or anything like that. Again, you can put it in there. They won't say, oh, you can't enter that, but it has no chance to win anything. So boom, that's if it's a non-GW thing, then it should be just fine. Yeah, that again, it's not a Golden Demons. That's only for stuff like Golden Demons. So I believe you don't have anything to worry about there. Let me do a little something here. Can't just trying to clean some of this up. Maybe yeah, this too. Yep, like that. And of course, well, we did ourselves a three-part series on this, right? We had a blast doing that, and I'll be doing some more of the vehicles there with that particular color scheme. I'm gonna go a little darker here on the green. Yeah, I think could use that in a few spots here. Now again, 2 hours and 56 minutes ago, there was no paint on this. It looked exactly like that. And we're going to be painting this guy up tomorrow on stream. So boom, it was really fun because we'll get to paint the flower maidens on the shield was really a blast. And each one of them is different. Where's our other ones? Here we go. Let me try to get these without dropping everything on the floor. Here's another one there. So again, each one of them is different. And of course, well, we'll be getting back into our we'll be getting back into some Tomb Kings too, with all that Highland miniature stuff we're printing out. More dark, yep. Let's get some more dark over here. Again, that's our indigo down in some of these crevices here. I think now we got reasonably dark there on the fingers. Yeah, we need to get back into our not lightest light here on the skin tone. Maybe get a little bit of the Mars Yellow Deep. And yeah, we need to carry this a little further like that. There we go. Blending brush here. And of course, eventually we'll try to get back to our 2D art as well. Okay. Same colors, same paints that we used on that, we are using on this. There's no difference between the way we'd approach this and approach this, except that, well, one is three-dimensional, the other one not so much. Don't want this to be nothing but lighter colors out here. And of course, we were showing earlier that that painted backdrop that we're going to use for our terrain table. Well, one of many to go yet. All right, there. here. Now, one thing I was actually going to try and do to actually test out one of my new filming areas, it's something I have to paint anyway. It's a, well, basically Minas Tirith, the classic Minas Tirith, the one we've painted a couple of times, but much larger, almost possibly even 18 by 24. Thanks, Elite. Appreciate that. So there would be some 2D art, and I just want to film that. It might even just be something that I put on the YouTube channel. Not quite sure how it's going to come. It'll probably be multiple parts too. All right, let me get back to my indigo here to do that. All right, Landress, so how was the movie? Obviously, we've been talking a little bit about the War of the Rohirrim movie while you were gone. So hopefully it was decent. Doing this. Is that going to be too late? I don't think so. There. So say we cleaned all that stuff up right away. No problem. Here's another. I might do this too again to get rid of some of that junk that's in that brush there. Thanks, Lee. Appreciate that. There are some really fun things that you can kind of show in 2D that do pertain to the miniatures. See that? Get a little extra something there. I'm glad that the movie was good there, Landrast. It seems like you've had a decent run of decent movies. Thanks so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the YouTube channel. I haven't had a chance to take that session on the Bretonians. Oh, speaking of which, remember all the sessions here, they are all saved as highlights. So in effect, the Twitch channel is kind of like a YouTube channel also. So just to realize that. Let me bring this down. Yeah, let me get a little more of the Turosa in there. Because remember, snow is going to be there. For all intents and purposes, the base is going to be just, well, like this right here. So this base, with the tree and everything, icicles hanging off of it, so that's what's going to be there. That's why we're not spending a whole lot of time on the base itself. Boom knits, it's kind of neither here nor there, because sometimes they're actually the same value, and this is a really good example. Right here, those two colors are virtually the same exact value. What we did was we plopped the magenta there, we plopped the turquoise here, we grab a third brush, and we blend those together. That's why this took about 28 seconds to do. Again, the same thing here, right? It's just plop those colors on there, push those around. So Landrest, I don't think, maybe I missed the email or something. But what is it? Yeah, oh, Landrest, I have to start printing that Barad-dûr, that really giant tower. So yeah, boom, that's hashtag no layers with the oil paints. Definitely no layers. Even here, there was no layers. A lot of these lighter colors were extremely light. We just plopped them on there. We took another brush and we just started pushing that around. Oh, you know, I think I saw that Landrest. I think I actually have that printed out. Yeah, I might have either that. I'm thinking the Kurzlook Balrog. But yeah, now I know which one you're talking about. So I did see that. Well, I saw the message. Anyways, didn't actually look at it. there wasn't a lot of time for looking at any messages today. It was a lot of physical work today. Tomorrow's going to be a real interesting day. Messing around with all of the cameras and lights and everything. That's going to be a lot of potential frustration there. It's almost like creating two new streaming setups or something like that. Well, three actually. So boom knits, the oil paints by themselves are far more rugged than acrylics, so I don't seal anything for longevity. Some paints can get a little bit on the shiny side, like phthalo green and quinacridone magenta. So I'll just lightly, very lightly brush this stuff on. What's nice is it starts out clear, it ends clear, and again, you can just brush it on so you don't have to worry about it being 10 degrees outside, 110, whatever. So that's why I like the Army Painter Anti-Shine. I mean, it works great on acrylic stuff too. It's not just for oils. Obviously, with the oils, you want to wait. You want it to be dry, and then give them an extra day or so to really have a chance to cure fully. Now, let me take a look-see here. I might still throw a few more darks up on his hair. Yeah, so sometimes, again, we do more of almost like a glazing type of an approach, a pin line wash. Other times, it's virtually just a bunch of dry brushing, which in the case of oils is not really all that dry, right? Because it is all wet paint. Now, that's got some violet in there. This is close to a pin line wash, but it is not a pin line wash. Boom, I'm just hoping that it, that's trying to get in as many as I can there, just in case, because sometimes, the streams may start at times where you can't get a chance to tune in. So glad to be able to get these in here while you're in here, right? It's make haste and definitely take advantage of it. Well, also, too, other folks in the chat might just be wondering the same thing. And that also kind of answers the question for them, too. Now, again, there's some of the detail on these things. It's typical of Conquest stuff. I mean, there's detail, but it is on the smushier side. That's about the only way I can really describe it. Probably if I didn't do mostly 3D printed miniatures, might not notice it so much. But it is noticeable when most of what you're painting is 3D printed. Then it becomes very apparent. Oh, we'll get me some of this on our little skelly friend there. So we were just using a whole bunch of these skelly bits here on those Morgul Knights. So we got tons of Morgul Knights that we'll be painting on stream as we do some rust over here. Just racking up some thinner into this, and poof. Some rust on that sword, whatever's. Yeah, I wish that, again, the detail would be along the lines of at least what some of the other plastic figs are, but sometimes it doesn't work that way. Oh, yeah, we'll just have to do it that way. Let me deposit a little bit of it there. There we go. That's what we needed to do. We'll do the rest over there. Little something on that. Good enough. Good enough. Just look at my reference there. You know, I'm gonna add a little more light to the skin tone over here. I think, right where my thumb is. Yeah. Some of this. That's a little more than I wanted. Let's see what this is. This is a little bit. Yeah, that's gonna be okay. We're gonna sharpen that up. Okay, so there. So that starts to stand out a little bit more. Hey, Wolfenstein, nice to see you again. It has definitely been a long time. I hope that you're doing great. Thanks for dropping in, Wolfenstein. Appreciate that. Let me do this right here. I think maybe with the streams just kind of being on the later side, I don't know if it's giving them a chance to get in here. Elite, well, it's going so fast that it just looks invisible. Yeah, that's it. It's being painted so fast, it literally just is invisible. Yeah, that's cool. Get that up here. Let's leave that connected. So again, it's the weird thing of you put these things in these movement trays. Well, essentially like this, so that basically the round base becomes a square. So these are from Conquest. I think they call them, was it Werewargs? I think that's what they call them. We will be painting this guy on the stream tomorrow, and he'll get the same kind of tats that this guy's getting right here. Nope, I don't have to play with that. This is yep, we're going to try and get a little bit of this lighter color down in there. Blending brush. So that, again, that's the other thing. We always want to have that blending brush available. Insomnia Night. Hey, Insomnia. Boy, it's been a while. Speaking of a long time. How you doing there, Insomnia Night? Everybody, please give Insomnia Night a follow. So, Insomnia Night, thanks for the raid. Appreciate that. Now, look, there's T-Cat. Hey, Hammond, nice to see you back. And Jared the Nerd, nice to see you too. Thanks for joining us here. Hey, Rad Trills. It's like all the cool kids together. So, everybody, please give Insomnia Night RPG a follow. And, of course, please give T-Cat a follow also. So T-Cat, same thing. If you want to post any of the stuff you've been doing in the chat, please go ahead. So we are painting here. Let's see, we started on this guy 3 hours 13 minutes ago. He started out again just like this. Just this dark brown primer here. That's what he looked like. This was the previous one. This was a tutorial video that we did. Now, in that video, we showed these references here because this was a color scheme I wasn't sure it was going to work. So we go into AI, we type in Conquest Werewargs, brown fur, brown skin, winter bases, Nordic tattoos. It spat out 4 images like this that were really good. And we said, you know what? That's going to be the color scheme for this unit there. Now we did the same thing. Oh, here again, there's the other one right there. Now we did the same thing for Where's our Arnor reference? Over here. 1 second. There it is. We typed in Arnor miniatures, black, red cloaks, gold armor, and it actually gave me that black in there, and that's helped for all three armies there. So Insomnia Knight, thank you so much. So yep, this is Conquest. I think it's called Last Argument of Kings is the ranks and flanks version. Now, well, these are quite different. We've been painting a whole bunch of these on stream. We just painted USS Wasp and a couple of destroyers. There's Essex and Lexington right there. So we've been painting a whole bunch of these teensy little ships. Of course, we've been doing lots of stuff with our Tomb Kings, Bretonians here. A little bit of freehand on that too. Right, and then of course had a blast doing all the basing stuff. So we don't have any Iowa class ships. We did do the South Dakota class. So we did South Dakota, and ironically enough, we did Montana class. Oh, can't reach Montana, it's too far away. But yeah, we actually did the Ultimate Unicorn there, the Montana class. Thanks TCAT, appreciate that. Of course, I mean, we've had a blast. This was one that we did a tutorial series on. So the War Sphinx there with the Howdah and the crew. Oh, same Skelly bits. Right, from Make It Epic Basing. And oh yeah, these, I really had a blast with these guys. Absolutely loved the Titan Forge Ushabti. Really enjoyed those. But again, TCAT, you want to share anything in the chat? Please go right on ahead. Appreciate you being here. So yeah, TCAT, those were the references that I was talking about on that Council of Miniature Painting. And well, even of course our Galadrim elves. This color scheme was confirmed. I typed in, show me Galadrim elf miniatures, snow bases, white armor, teal cloaks. I just needed to see one result. It gave me 4. And I said, well, that's going to happen. And TCAT, of course, not only did we do an entire army on it, but we also have a baseball jersey, right, on that color scheme. So everybody, please check out the Insta link that TCAT posted. Actually, TCAT, does that have some of your Gen Con stuff in it? I think it would. So thanks, Wolfenstein. Yeah, that is, again, we've been doing the Bretonians. We will be doing a Lizardman army. We've got dozens of Lizardman figures ready for that. Again, congrats there, TCAT, of course. And again, everybody, please check out the link that TCAT just shared. So we got 3D printed lizards, we got the GW lizards, we got all the lizards. Now, what did we do on his nose there? Okay, it was pretty similar, except I think we might, here, we'll just clear this out, use it almost like a blending brush here. So Crafton, now let's see, not one-page rules. Well, we have the GW stuff, the actual plastic GW stuff, but I forget, it's a different folks that do the Lizardmen. I have to really go back and look and see. I think it's a couple of different sculptors, but they're super highly detailed. We actually have a Croak miniature. We also have a mage priest on a engine of the gods. How's about we welcome in Iridican wife. Nice to see you there, Arid. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate that. So, Irid, if you want to share your Pinterest link there, please go ahead. So, TK, it was great to see it too. I mean, obviously, it'd be great to see it at Adepticon and stuff, but in some ways, Gen Con was less crazy. It's kind of hard to believe, right, TCAP? But it actually was less insane by actually orders of magnitude. So, Winsing, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for coming in with the raid. So, Irid, yes, these are these are the wolves we were talking about with all of the Nordic style tattoos, and of course these were the AI references right here that we used. Again, we typed in a very simple little thing, and it put those out, and I said, "Oh, that is just perfect." So again, everybody, please give Irid Canwave a follow, and of course, again, Irid, you want to post your Pinterest links? Please go ahead. So TK, it's funny, yeah. The convention where there was 70,000 people was way less insane than Adepticon. Now the weird thing is going to be Adepticon's going to be in a building larger than that, with possibly less people than there were last year, or at least the same, either the same or less. And the building is going to be that massive. So that'll be very interesting, right, TCAT? Let me see if I can't. Oh yeah, that will sharpen up that edge. Again, the Conquest figs, there's going to be a little bit of painting in the details you're going to have to do. Again, unlike the 3D printed stuff. Elite, what is it? I think it's called the Apex Predator. Actually, the Wadroon will be we will be painting some of the no, it's the Wadroon. Yeah, they have these things, the Thunder Riders. So remember the Raptor Riders that we did? These guys are even bigger. Yes, they're actually bigger. So everybody, please again check out that link that Iridican Wife posted, and of course, please give Iridican Wife a follow, because that's what we like to do here. We want to see all of our fellow Twitch streamers get all the follows. TCAT, it will definitely be that. That is inevitable. It's happened. I forget how many venue changes there's been, even since 2007. There's been a bunch, and it always gets spicy. So yeah, I will definitely be able to fill you in on how things play out. Obviously, the next year things will probably change a whole bunch again, just based on what's learned in this coming year. Now down here, we got to get a little something in there. And let me try this. That's gonna be too close? I'm gonna go back to the grayish stuff. So maybe this Van Dyke brown. Definitely more of a grayish brown there. Hey there, Inganes. Happy Friday to you. So, Inganes, I hope that your week is kind of wrapping up nicely there. You know, nope, I can't do the green. If I do, maybe we could do something like this here. If I use the blue in that's the radiant blue. It is starting to become more of a grayish tone. So great to see you again, Inganes. So yeah, we're having a bunch of fun here. We're actually going to try and create genuine armies here. So this is Nords. I have the Valkyries assembled. I've got the, oh, what the heck are the Huskarls assembled. So we do have those ready to go. So these, that was the one, that was the, actually in the, I did not say blue eyes in the AI thing. It just did that. It's just like the Arnor color scheme where it basically put that in, and I went, wow, that's really nifty. We're going to have to use that. So you have the whole thing with the blue eyes. Normally I kind of go, well, typical wolf eyes, right? So it's more of the amber, something like that, right? That's usually what I go with. But here instead we went with the blue eyes. And Gane, sorry that that's not really doing nice things to you there. Hopefully that improves and you can enjoy a little bit more of your August there. So again, everybody please give Irid a Camwave a follow. So Irid, well, you got a Saturday stream coming up, right? The usual 7 p.m. Pacific, yes? Trying to get that, see there's some of that violet over here. Now, let me see if we can maybe put a little something lighter on these rocks here. Keep in mind they're going to get that same snow and icicle treatment. So that's why I got all these trays here, so we can hang the icicles off of them like we did on this tree here. So you can see the icicles hanging off of there. Right, look, there's another one right there. That's that same heavy gloss gel we used to sculpt fire. We also used it to sculpt. As you can see, those waves are sculpted on there. Right, that's, you can see the three-dimensionality of that. Yes, it's painted, but it's actually sculpted on there too. You know what? Let me, yeah, here we'll use this as a micro blending brush. I mean, we're at what, 3 hours? We're 3.5 hours in. This is what we like to call brushstroke management time. All that means is that the paint's been on here long enough to where we can kind of push it around a little bit like this, take some of the excess away, and it's not going to completely change. It's just going to essentially smooth some things out a little bit by virtue of getting rid of those brush strokes. A little bit more of our dark down here. You know what? We'll do the violet. Yes, this is green. We are going to use a dark violet here to really drop in a healthy dark there. And then there's also this. Once again, we're just going to try and sharpen up some of these edges, which, again, not sure why it is the case, but the detail on the Conquest Fix sometimes it can be a little bit soft, a little wonky. No idea why. Absolutely no idea. It is what it is. Now there, see, we just kind of pop that on there. We are now going to take it, push it around like this. Hashtag no layers. If you wonder why, well, I would think that if this is not completely dry by tomorrow at this time, it'll be almost there. It'll be darn close. So Inganes, hopefully you've been able to maybe get a little bit of painting in there, despite the weather not being terribly nice for you, or maybe because of it. I needed to get a little something lighter there, but now on the hand, I just realized we really haven't done very much on this, and I think it should maybe be lighter because that'll make it sort of stand out like it's actively moving here, maybe. Yeah, we need to get some of that light up there. Yeah, let's here. Let's light up the end of this, whatever it is on his wrist. Don't know what it is, but it's something. I think on his chin too. I'll also look at my other one just to. What did we do on that? Oh yeah, so we can get a little bit lighter on that chin. Like so. There's too much thinner on that brush. We're going to get rid of some of that. I was just about to ask Inganes if you wanted to share any of that. Actually, ironically, Inganes, I've been working really, really, really hard on a whole bunch of photo areas. Actually, TCAT, you haven't seen this yet. So this was something I was doing today with the same spray cans that we used to make the to do on the terrain. So that's just a piece of cardboard there, right here. Let's you can kind of we'll backtrack a little bit. That's just done with the spray cans, and yes, it's a piece of cardboard. And there's painter's tape on there. So yeah, that's all it was. Piece of cardboard, the spray cans, and this whole thing from the construction of it to that was about 32-ish minutes or so. Oh, look at my remember these from Gen Con, TCAT? Yeah, the paper towel, the highly precision painting tools right there, torn paper towels. Nothing but the best, right, TCAT? Nothing but the highest quality materials here in Waffleville. Yeah, I'm gonna get some white into that. Little bit of the there, a little bit of the radiant green in there too. So that is among some of the other things that we've been doing to try and create some photo areas for the armies and the terrain. Let me get this going here. Teensy bit more. There. All right, bit more over that way. So it's the X1 Inganes. Now it's the X1, and I'm using the black PLA matte from Elegoo. Hey, Nerifel. Actually, Nerifel, did I send you those pictures? I think I forgot to. I was going to send you those pics too. And Nerifel, again, thanks for working on that design. Oh, and here, Nerifel, here's some more AI for you. That's what settled on this color scheme right there. So Nerifel, did you hear the the T-shirt that I want to do for Adepticon, which would be if a color go no sorry the color or say no is it contrast is more than just light versus dark, and it would literally be the green and red color blindness charts. And if you can read this, then you can do contrast. So Crypt Shadow, you might wonder just how much tools like that, and also this one here, right? I mean, look at this. Here's another one here. Where's the one that's got the paint in the handle and such? Yeah, see, look at these precision tools right here. You know, I mean, again, wouldn't you expect to pay You'd think you'd pay $100 for something like this, but you can get. I'll give you two of these for $200. Two of them for 200 bucks. It's a steal. It's an absolute steal. Mostly for me. That's what we call Chicago math right there. Everybody gets 100%. Everybody's in on it. But the way you square the math is that, well, there's no accounting for some people having for whatever reason, they like to wear cement shoes, and for whatever reason, they like to walk right by the Chicago River. That, as we know, accidents happen. And after a few accidents, all of a sudden, well, you're right back to down to 100% again. Now I'm going to put a couple little cut marks in here on the fabric because reasons. So yeah, Nerifel, I just figured since like a lot of the emoticons, those logos and stuff that I did for the jerseys, AI did such a good job of that. I think we'll see what it can generate for a Fort Wample. Again, who knows? It may not be that usable. We'll see. So Elite, we have a special for if you get four of them, it's only 500 bucks for four. So that's like the best deal of all is the 4 for 500. And of course you got to jump. It's a limited time offer, so you have to jump on that real quick. Also, we got to jump on this with some light right here. It's like, wait a minute, it's supposed to be a fold. There's no light there. There we go. Okay. We get the light over there. But we don't have. I'm going to actually put a little bit of our brown in there. Guess we better go lighter. Fine, we can do that. There. Oh yeah, that's okay. Now that's fantastic, Nerifel. No, 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 we don't want that brown. We don't want that brown. It's about we do something. There we are. That's actually supposed to be more of a strap right there, not so much the green. Oh, hey, Nerifel, if you wanted to post anything in the chat, geez, I knew I was. It's like, what was I going to ask? Yes, if you wanted to post something in the chat, please go ahead. I do hope that painting has gone well, and oh, that's right. What was that convention that's now that's coming up much sooner? So yeah, the Game Hole Con. That's right. So see how we put that little something in there. And you know what? Another separation that we need over here. So Nirifil, I mean, we can go a couple of different ways. You could go, obviously, a typical castle, right, with a moat, or you could go Mott and Bailey. So more of a Celtic type of a theme, the Mott and Bailey type fortifications. So there's a I'll see what the AI throws out there. Because again, sometimes it'll be something that's not very useful, but maybe the concept is not bad, and then you can sort of extrapolate from there. Okay, there we go. Now we got a little bit of sharpness on that too. This thing here. We did the violet to make that as dark as we could. Here's an area maybe that. Yep, that needs a little bit of help. Oh yeah, this too. Okay, yeah, we're sitting there making that later and later and later. Well, we when in doubt, make things darker. That's in the Book of Waffle too. Not just a contrast is more than just light versus dark. And it truly is because, well, now that there's all of the all of our whatchamacallit on there, all of the tattoos, this doesn't have quite the impact, but you can see there's no difference in value between the green cloth and the reddish brown of the fur. You can even here, that's like 15%. You can already see that difference as we get closer to 50. Boom. That's a color difference. That is not a value difference. More dark in there. You know what? I'm going to see if I can throw a little bit more dark maybe in the crevices there too. Now on our little extra thingy here, we're going to try and get some of our terracotta color on it. Not that much. Down there we go. We just need a little something more here on the interior bark of this tree. How's about we lighten that up, but also gray it down just a little. Little something like that. Again, all the snow and ice is going to go on there anyway, so let's not go bonkers with that. Blending brush, where are you at? Pull that down over here. Same on this side. More of our little skelly bits here. These are 3D printed from Make It Epic Basing. We love the Make It Epic Basing stuff. It's tremendously helpful. We also use, well, there's tree bark on here too, but we also use things, basing bits from Zabuvka, Goon Master Games, even some of the, actually I printed out some more of the Titan Forge. Well, Tomb Kings themed basing bits. Okay, that helped a little bit on that. Back to our main base here. Now, what do we got here? We have multiple layers of stuff happening here. There's, not sure if that's supposed to be more fur sticking out there. Maybe it is. When in doubt, make things darker. Let's do that with some of the Van Dyke brown here and maybe a little bit of the asphaltum. So instead of going lighter here, I'm just going to paint in some hair-ish like detail. Let me take the blending brush to some of this, especially that. More of, yeah, let's get a little bit more of that dark down there. Now I'm going to take perhaps some of the, I was wanting to keep it more of the violet there, but I might need to lighten up that tongue. Yeah, you know what, we needed to do that. Much as I wanted to have more of the purple there, we kind of need that. Speaking of some of our violet, I need to get more of the violet in the ear here, kind of representing maybe some of the blood vessels there in the ear. And then there's these crazy little earrings, because again, they're very fashionable werewolves. Let's get this right here. So what we're going to be doing is nose is actually going to get a little bit on the lighter side there, but it's also going to be less of the green. We are going to go more. Let's see what happens if we go more towards the blue on that. So we got oh, radiant ice blue. That's it. A little bit of the ice blue there. The other thing too that's tricksy is that there's this well, basically there's like a little cut mark that goes right through the schnoz there. So yes, because of the cut mark, that will determine what we're doing here, because we've already tried and that just did not do anything. Oh, back to that violet again. There. I wonder. I think we can get away with this. I'm going to try and do this here. That might actually be his. Ah, that's what that is. Okay. Now that makes a little more sense. Nah, that's too much of the yellow. Let's see what that's going to do for right there. Now I don't know if I better make that a little lighter. Is that also part of the gum? I don't think so. Now that's going to be real light, but I got to get a bunch of that thinner out of there. That's got to go right along the edge of that his mouth there. Hey there, M-Tellies, how you doing? Nice to see M-Tellies. Yeah, I shared the picture of this up at the game store with Kathy's mom and such. She really liked seeing that. So thanks for doing that, M-Tellies. And of course, M-Tellies, if you got any kind of events going on at the game store there, let folks know in the chat. Like always. Now we can lighten up a little touch more of the shoulder there. So yeah, again, thanks for doing that, M-Tellies. Kathy's mom really got a kick out of seeing that. And I showed it to my family too, and it really kind of gave them an idea of what the streaming was all about. So that was really cool. Because they are all long asleep before we start here. Actually, they're more likely to be awake at the end of the stream because they kind of get up at that point in the morning. More of this light. Ah, that's it. Yes, I was like, there's been something that I keep forgetting to do, and that is to throw some of that over here. Take the blending brush, do that. Now, this is going to actually get a little bit lighter. Yeah, you'd say that's in shadow, but remember, there's going to be a big old bunch of snow that's going to be there. We have got to take account for that snow. We also have to take account for Kaylee and Cap. Hey there, Kaylee. Hey there, Cap. How you guys doing? I know, Kaylee, you're probably heading off to sleep there, so thank you so much, Kaylee. Appreciate that. Everybody, please give Katie and Cap Master those follows. So, Cap, as always, you want to share stuff in the chat, please go on ahead and do that. So, thank you so much for the raid there, Cap. Appreciate that. We are painting Conquest miniatures here. This was a color test figure that we did. We'll show you some of the AI images we used to create that. Now, 3 hours and 50 minutes ago, I know you'll be totally shocked, Capmaster. This is what he looked like. He was dark brown primer. We'll be painting up this guy tomorrow. This guy 3 hours 50 minutes and 32 seconds ago. That's what he looked like. Using the oil paints. Now, these are not the official color scheme, as you might say. But I said, you know what would it look like if we had those same Werewargs, and we said, you know what, instead of blue fur and grays and all that kind of stuff, what if they were brown and fur and skin with snow bases and Nordic tattoos? And it spat out 4 pictures, and I said, well, that looks good to me. We're going to do it. Right, Kate? How you doing there, Kate? So Kate, also same thing. If you want to share stuff in the chat, and everybody please give Kate Creates a follow. So you got to follow Kaylee, you got to follow Cap, and you got to follow Kate. That's a whole bunch of K sounds right there. Is that so September 8th and then October 6th, a couple of 40K events coming up at the Game Castle. So I'm glad that you're doing well there, Kate. Yeah, Cap. Actually, I was worried because I was asking. I think it was on the last Thursday stream. Yeah, it was last Thursday stream. I said, "Hey, has anybody seen Cap or Kaylee? Because we haven't seen them." And just like with Drax, right? I always kind of wonder if somebody hasn't streamed in a while. Now it could just be a schedule change. That happens. But sometimes it can be a little more spicy than that. I was hoping it wasn't the spicy. And again, we were just showing this a little bit earlier. This is something I did earlier today. So that is a 6-foot long photo backdrop. Again, look at my high quality. Look at that. Yeah, man, it doesn't get any more high tech than this. Torn paper towels, ripped up cardboard. Yeah, baby. And again, this whole thing from that, right, to this was about 32 minutes. And I said, yep, that works for me. That's a 6-foot by 2-foot high backdrop. So, 12 square feet there? In about 30 some odd minutes. Now, what I will do is I'm going to go in there and add more detail, of course, with either the oils or whatever. But getting it to that point that fast, very helpful. And again, it's the same spray paint that we've been using on our terrain, right, to get that ready to go for painting like we did here. I was wondering about the SC Cap. It was because it took out both of you, and that's what was weird. It's like, well, okay, maybe one person has life events going on, right? Now, again, Cap, I know you don't have anything maybe super recent, but if you want to share some of your other stuff in the chat there, please go ahead and do it so that folks can see what you've been doing. And again, Kate, same thing. I know you got some busts, and remember, I think you had I think it was 3 of those figures you were working on in one of your streams there. So again, you want to share anything like that, please go ahead. And Kate, I think you don't do the weekend streams, right? So you won't be streaming later tonight. Thanks, Hamid. Again, it's great to have you back, and of course, happy Friday. Great to see you again. So it should be really fun to do this one because a lot of open canvas for tattoos on both of these arms there. Now here, not so much, right? Uh, kind of like here, but it should be really fun to get in all those Nordic tattoos. So Kate will be streaming later today, so that's fantastic. Also, please check out the Discord link that Kate just shared. Everybody, please give Kate Creates a follow. We want all of our fellow streamers to get all the follows. I need to put a little something lighter in there, I think. Yeah. Maybe on that too. We did paint. This is not actually sculpted in there. We just did that little cut mark right there. That's good. Another creature caster fig there. So everybody, please go check out that Instagram link that Capmaster just shared. So a really fantastic creature caster miniature there. Now, what about this here thing? I guess if that gets too late, we can always come back, tone some of that down. Now, let me see if I can get a little bit lighter skin tone right in there. So remember how we did this, and we can actually clean this out. Let's do that too. So we had a big old blob of the indigo there, right? And then we cut into it with the lighter skin tone, and that is personified here. This is from one of our videos. So you do the big old blob, and then you just paint in this lighter stuff. Same thing over here. Same thing. It's a heck of a lot easier than trying to draw all that stuff in. So a much easier path to success there. That's what we want. That's what we want, right? We've got to make that easier, not more difficult. And there, see, now it's much easier to just kind of clean this up, tighten things up later than it would have been to try and draw all that stuff in, for sure. This thing over here, never quite figured out what we wanted to do with this. Because the elbow was right there. You know what, we're just going to try that instead. And maybe a little bit of simplification there. I think we're going to try to cut into that a little bit too here with this. Hopefully that's light enough. So everybody please check out the Insta link there that Intel is just shared. That's going to be too late, I can tell right away. Ooh, look at this, look at this. Bam. See that? That is way more interesting than what was there. All I had to do is just kind of say, you know what, the heck with it. Make this super really thick. And then again, just cut something in there. So everybody check out the Insta link that Mto has just shared. Yeah, Cap. I remember the vast horde of the Tau there. I hope all of your projects you're able to really kind of just keep plowing away on those. Sometimes, Cap, that's all you can do. So see you in a bit there, Surface Tension. And again, Surface Tension, if you wanted to share your Mastodon link one more time, don't know if you had a chance to, but please go ahead and do that so people could see more fabulous oil-painted goodness. So yeah, sometimes you just have to, it's kind of like at the end of an NFL game, you just got to put your head down and run the ball forward. Nothing fancy, nothing crazy. Just hand off the ball and go straight on ahead, even though you know there's a brick wall waiting for you. So everybody check out that link there. That Surface Tension just shared all kinds of really nifty oil painted minis in there. And of course, your last one, Surface Tension, looks sensational. Thanks for sending the picture of that. Really loved it. Is that? Yeah, okay, we'll roll with it. You know, I'm going to go even. Let me see what happens if we go a little later here on the ends of the fingers. Oh, yeah, oh, good. Well, we did that on the other one. It's maybe we just didn't quite do it on these guys. The length, surface tension. So yeah, Cap, again, sorry that it's been a little bit difficult on the socials front there. I'm going to do this here. Maybe get a little bit of the light in there. Also, yeah, I'm going to take away a little bit of that, sharpen up that line. That was got a little dicey right there. We need to sharpen up that line. I think we've gotten all the light we can get back there. Also, over here, keeping in mind that there's actually going to be kind of a pile of snow right here, and we're going to do all that blood effect stuff because the crushed glass snow and blood effects really, really, really go together very nicely. Now we did do some of the, I'm going to keep going with that violet and DS4. I think that's been the best combo here to create a teensy bit, a little extra contrast, and not just value contrast. I'm going to do a couple of these because remember, now again, with the tattoo pattern, it kind of gives it away, but when we do this, no difference in value between all those greens and all those reddish browns. It's the same value. What distinguishes it, even at like 10%, you can already see as we get closer and closer to 50, it just shows up that much more. Good night, good night there, Mom. Actually, so Mom, what kind of yummy chow is going to be on the menu tonight? And everybody, please say good night to Mom. And Mom, hopefully we get to see you Saturday. Well, it's already Saturday. Will be your Sunday night. So hopefully we get to see you on. No, it'd be your Saturday. That's right. Well, for a while, anyways. Because it'll be my Friday. I'm already losing a day here. Armored Wolf is like, holy smokes, don't be taking days away from me here. Armored Wolf is like, I need these. I need every single day I can get. Don't be taking them away like that. I got confused because I was actually looking at the calendar for stuff in September. Oh, it's the spaghetti and meatballs. That's right. That is right. I never did get the light over here. So Rico's Mountain again. Thanks for being here. Now, did I do it on this? Well, can't tell because that's there. I will maybe do a little bit of this. Here, let me get some more thinner on that brush. Like this. And you can see it's got a little bit of curl to it, but also it's got a little bit of this harder edge to it too. Here, let me get back to my little bit of paint there. Another line to go that way, and then there. So, how hard was that? Again, it is not rocket science. Again, if it was, that would be a bit of a problem. Since we don't do the rocketry, what I do need is some of this reddish brown. And we're going to take some of this stuff away here. So just like a big old blob here. Change that around. Also, same was happening here. So we're gonna see if we can make that a little bit different. Back to our indigo here. Nah, more thinner. Gotta break some of that down. There we go. Much better there, and this needs some more little extras. This down in here. The same deal with the skin tone here. To put a little something more shape-wise into that. Also this. So say we put like a little triangle inside there. That's that down in the shadows. We don't mess with that. We need at least a bit of mid-tone down in there. There's one little edge on the... Yeah, I think it's like a strap there that's not... it's not part of the clothes, so to speak. Mars Yellow Deep, because this is all just looking too much the same. Yes, you know what, let's just do with this. Fine, we'll roll this way with it. Here, give me some of this. Okay, no matter what I was doing there, that just was... It was either too much like the skin or too much like the cloth. Now we got ourselves some difference there. Just had to... Kind of had to go bold right there and just say, you know what, we're just going to take this yellow. Oh, and look at that. See, hashtag no layers. I just plopped that on there. And I just pushed it over that way. Doesn't get any easier than that. Now, if we were to take this ice blue and mix it with that yellow there, that'll tone it down a bit as it works its way over here. We got no lights. Oh, yeah, that's... I wanted to add a couple more of these little marks like this, maybe. Little tears or cuts or whatever. So get that darker stuff on the top of it. Maybe just indigo and some of the Van Dyke brown. So again, that's not actually there. Just kind of putting in again a little bit of a cut or a tear right there. That's a little too uniform. We shall remove a little bit of that. There, and now it's a little more uneven. We're going to use this as a blending brush here. Just pull that along like so. Maybe lighten, yeah, a little bit more of this here. On the, that's got mostly the white, little bit of our green in there. Can't make this too light, but I think I wanna... What is that? Okay, that's maybe another little gem or something there. Don't know. always handy to have a little bit of a color test fig there. Might throw more of our dark in here just to sharpen the edge of that cut mark, and then I might go. Let me see what happens with some of this magenta there. I don't know if it's gonna work. If it does not, we'll just get rid of it. Nah, I don't think that'll work there, but I will use that for the ears though. Turn him this way. Let me use the blending brush to push some of that down into the crevice there. And sometimes we just need to take some of that away. Now, let me see if I can somehow get me some reflected light on this. Again, these are super fashionable werewargs here, apparently. They are real fashion conscious. Hey there, Thranual. Yep, it's 2:08 in the morning here, Capmaster. Thank you so much for the raid, as always. And again, everybody please give Capmaster a follow. So great to see you there, Thranual. Hopefully it's not too early in the morning for you. Maybe you're doing your commute to work there. Because I looked over here and I thought, well, if it's 2 here, it's what, 9 there. So that shouldn't be too terrible. I need to make sure I have a little pinch of that yellow in there. Let me see if I can't do these knuckles a little lighter too here. So that's well, hopefully you can maybe get a little bit of hobby stuff going today, Thranual. Okay, those knuckles lighter. These also need to be lighter. Right there. So there. I will get back to my violet color here. Try and fix up that a little bit. And then also try to get, again, some of the violet here into the greens. How's about some of that over here? Now, there could be the snow on top of this too that might obscure some of this stuff. That's why I also don't want to get too much in the way of light here. As you see in the references, and I just know with our dog, I mean, gee whiz, the snow just sat on top of him. You can see a little bit on the guys on the left there, where the snow is just kind of sitting on top of them. And of course, once we're done with these 3, we'll hit them with the snow and the ice effects and the blood effects too. You know what? Let me use a teensy old bit of this violet over here, just because. Again, that tree cannot get too light. If it does, the snow around it is going to look extremely dingy, like very, very dingy. We don't want that. No, I think I'm just going to go with a bit of lighter green here on this crazy little tassel whatever. Maybe the asphaltum to darken that down. You know, I'll just go a little darker on that instead of lighter. That might actually make a little more sense. Not a whole lot of our fast matte white left. Just kind of breaking it down with some of the thinner here. Gotta be careful we're not just gonna start filling some of that in. And then we need some part of the blades here that don't necessarily have rust on them. So again, that's a 3D printed bit from Make It Epic Basing. One of many that we used on our project here. So this was initially, we've done 2 tutorial videos already on this Conquest stuff. One is the basing video where we didn't just base these guys, but we based an entire unit of Valkyries too. And then the next video is going to be basically a color test figure based on our latest Supplementing Your Armies video. That's where we took the Morgul Knights from Series 7 and kind of gave them an updated basing scheme. Now we're going to give them an updated color scheme based on the terrain that I'm making. Sort of like how the Easterlings, the terrain was based on the color scheme of the army. Here we're kind of going backwards. We're saying, okay, the terrain is going to be like this. Let's match the army to the terrain. Trying to get this, keep that violet there. I think that's much better. Lighten this up again. A little bit more of the yellow right there. I think that's much better. Not really a point in doing a whole bunch on that because that is way, way, way deep into the shadows. This might still get a teensy bit lighter over there, I think. Yeah, something like that. Lighter here. Almost there. See how we can work around the tattoos. That also really sharpens things up nicely. This over here, yeah, that's not, that's just further. Here I think we're going to try to lighten this up a little. Also, yeah, maybe a little bit right there too. I think I can maybe, oh, here's another area. That's another area we can find out. Sort of a lighter middle tone, not a super light highlight. That's going to be right over here. Again, caress the brush. Do not crush the brush. None of this, right? None of this. It's the only way that, first of all, how are we going to get there? Miniatures get painted a whole lot faster when the part with the bristles touches the figure, and if you want to be able to have kind of this relaxed, soft touch on the figure, which is even more important with the oil paints, you're gonna have to have a more relaxed grip on the brush. You do that. I know people that have done that. They said, "Wow, yeah, I felt just way less tired because I wasn't trying to snap the brush in half for a few hours." It's amazing what that can do. You know, I think I'm I'm going to grab a little bit of this. Yeah. So this, remember, we didn't pile up too much. We weren't trying to shade a whole lot here at first. We said, you know what, it's better just to get all the freehand in there first, and then, as you can see, I can go back in there and lighten this up by picking out this, right? See how it kind of creates that muscle right there? Lighter, darker, then lighter again, then darker again. More, yeah, right there. Also up there again, and then this. A little bit lighter. So this is a little bit of that naphthol scarlet in there. Gonna get rid of some of the egg. There's a little bit more paint in there than I really wanted. So again, that line was all kinds of wacky when I first tried sketching that out in there. You can see we've been able to clean that up nicely. Nope, I guess I gotta go a little lighter than that on his leg here. Irid, I can definitely see that. I know today I was very much covered with well, the last couple of days between all the work on the house and everything, working on that crack in the basement, and then all the stuff I've been moving around. It was some very sweaty work right there, and then just covered in dirt and dust and airbrush, or sorry, the spray paint. I think there's another day of kind of some grubby work ahead tomorrow. I'm gonna try and lighten up the tree down here a bit. Let me go even further here. Try this, as we like to call it, radiant indigo. And if that is too dark or too light, then we can come back with say the Van Dyke brown or whatever, and restore some of the craggy edges, which we might do here. Some of the Van Dyke brown, like so. Like that. And here, a little bit more of our... Yeah, that's it. That's it. Now we can kind of see a little bit more of those. I think some of this, yeah, it was maybe sanding away some of the support nubs or something. Maybe we took out a little bit of the texture that way. And more of our dark here. I want to keep that violet down in there. Now this stuff here, that's a little wonky. Let me see if I can... Because remember we were talking earlier, we can't just do a dry brush thing over this fur because it's... Well, also too, there's a little bit of a gap line right there. Now we're going to come back in with our light right on that area right here. Let's do that. Potentially with the yellow too, I suppose. Let me try this. It's actually got some of the Hansa yellow in it. A little bit of the Indian yellow and okay, not that much of the Mars yellow deep. So again, so we're kind of holding this finger on that thumb. My other finger is actually on the table, so this is not it's not floating around. Ah, look at that. See that nothing's shaking. Both of the elbows are sitting on one of those. Oh, I gotta get me some more of these. That's right. They're sitting on one of those. That's like what you do for your wrist support, so you don't get carpal tunnel syndrome if you're doing a lot of stuff on a keyboard. The larger, the better. So that obviously both of your elbows can be on there, and then it kind of starts to set up this sort of a tripod type thing, right? And then again, this is on the table. Finger goes on this finger, and I mean, see that brush just sitting there? It's not moving around, right? It's not shaking or anything like that. I think I can try and get a little bit of the light there. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. Put our light over here. Yeah, almost. We did plenty of dark there. You must have dark to show the light. We did the dark. Now we got to do the light. Right, Jet? How you doing? So, Jet, I hope that everything has just gotten a whole lot better for you. Okay, let's hit this too. Yeah. Yep, let's get a little more on the end of that. We can, I think, yeah, we can definitely get this stuff a little later on the end of his chin. However, got to get rid of some of the paint though. So, Jet, I know that you weren't quite feeling up to snuff yet to be able to start working on your dragon. I hope that you're at least getting closer to that possibility. Now, okay, I think well we might have taken off too much of the paint there. I'm gonna get me a little bit more back on here. That's fantastic there, Jet. I know sometimes there might be a level of a measure of frustration where they say, "Geez, you couldn't have figured this out. I don't know, 2, 3 months ago." So yeah, I can understand that there's gonna be the frustration level there. But definitely, you'll I guess you'll take it right. It's like okay, fine, you were late to the party, but let's get this going. Now I will try this and the basically that yellow ochreish color. We haven't really tried too much of the Mars yellow deep in that together. That's gonna go a couple places on the fingers, and I was gonna actually try that down here, maybe with a little bit more of our light. To do that, yeah, let's lighten this up a little too. I like that I can still see some of the green that's in the shadow area there. Oof, okay, that's going to be too late. We're going to take some of that away. Touch more of the thinner there. And just took some of the paint out of here. We're going to use it like a blending brush. Now, Indian, yeah, by this, some of this fast matte stuff really does set. Actually, this is the Griffin. Yeah, this is the Winsor Newton Griffin Indian Yellow. Oof, okay. The crazy thing about Indian yellow is hyper translucent, but man, that is as far as consistency goes, it's a super thick color. It's a really weird thing. Very thick paint, but hyper translucent, and that's something that can be hard for folks to grasp when it comes to the oil paints there. As they said, well, okay, this should be this dark color. It should be very opaque. No, that's not how it's gonna go. Not with the oil paints. Hey, darker colors will not be opaque. Trying to get a little, almost like a horizon line there on the crazy little earrings, because again, super fashionable dudes here. Very, very, very fashionable. A little bit more of the yellow in that. Looking at that, we got our light there. This actually, that should get more of our lighter skin tone also. More thinner into that. This here right there. You know what? I'm going to push it back a little further here. Tiny touch of it there. Okay. I'm going to try that. Where's the that ochre color? What I'd like to do is have that on that heel. As much as we're going to have the snow and everything there, I think shape-wise, I need to make that a little bit darker because this was as light as it could be, and it was like, well, where's all the shape there? What's going on? This over here again, better just leave sleeping dogs lie, as they say. More of our ice blue. More so just to get rid of some of the yeah, we got a little bit too much of our red there. Now this out here, I will take the little bit of that brownish color, and we're going to throw some of that into this kind of generate a little bit of a soil type of a color there before we get into that with our snow and ice and blood effects, all those things. I think I'm going to find both for the little dot here. Try that again. Also over there. I did this, yeah, we'll put another one of those little cut mark things over there. There's just so many of them anyways. Might as well try some more here. Let me do this dark. There's another couple supposed to be over here. And yeah, let's maybe do that one too. Get some of the light here to indicate a little where the light's catching it. There. And then maybe a couple little something like this to indicate that there's some wear and tear on this cloth for sure. Mostly tear. Some wear, a lot of tear. That should have more of a green though. Can be a cooler green. Even more of the perline black. That's not a black. That's a very, very dark green. It's going down into those shadows there. I might even let me get some of this thinner. We got some of this gray, greenish gray here. Getting a little bit on the light side. We're doing it there. That's better. Well, jet. I know there's a well, anything that involves something that's painful, right? That just has all kinds of knock-on effects to everything else because you're trying to compensate for one area, right? Favoring that ends up injuring other areas, and then just the the distraction of that makes it impossible really to focus in on things like that dragon, right? Hey there, Roland. How you doing? Happy Friday to you. So nice to see you there, Roland. I hope that your Friday's off to a really fantabulous start. What are we at here? So we're at 2:33 on a Friday here. In the morning, that is. And of course, great joy in Wampleville because the December 13th War of the Rohirrim in the theaters. Got it. Actually, I still haven't had a chance to watch the actual preview, but there was a review of the preview, and there's a lot of very tasty lore-specific stuff in there. Imagery was looking very good. We will be treated to the same wonderful Rohan music that we know and love. Let me get a little more light over here. Now we'll get to this dark to put over there. Yeah. It's something. Now, of course, we didn't have time in this because this was our tutorial video, right? We had basically about 2 hours and 5 minutes or so to paint that thing. I think maybe we might have had 2 hours, 10 minutes, well, 2 hours, 5 minutes of painting time because we were doing this too. We spent about 10 minutes sketching this out. And again, with the tattoos, right, you want to do something like this because, again, you would be surprised at doing this and how much easier it makes it to put it on the figure itself. And that was one of our tutorial vids with a big old ogre. That one was pretty wild. So yeah, Roland, that's the nice thing about the anime, right? There's no on-location filming or sets or anything like that. You can make anything. You can be anywhere. I kind of am thinking that maybe the rest of these Lord of the Rings movies just need to be animated. So yep, Roland. That's again, that was based on the little AI. I mean, this really took less than 4 minutes to just type that in and get 4 really nifty pics, and that's what we based it all on. There's our original one right there. Again, that is from the tutorial video. So these are definitely more Nordic. Let me see, where's our... So yeah, that is... and we have a whole bunch of these. We have a ton of these Slanya figures that we'll be doing. And again, with more of the... obviously more of a curled... So this is the La 10 period right there, that much more curly types. So the Norse have much more angular with the runes and such. So yeah, a little bit of a different flavor to it. This is basically a much more complicated version than what we did on our orcs, which was even more of a basically a squared off. I don't no, I don't see her here. I was gonna try and find that one for you. Darken that up a bit. Yeah, we already have a bit of a cut mark right there too. Yeah. I think I'm gonna get me a little more shadow there. Take the blending brush to it, push that around. Yep, even that little bit makes a difference. We're gonna do some more over here. But then we're gonna put a little reflected light there because we have to remember all the snow that's gonna be there. Gotta remember that snow. Perlene black. I guess we need a tiny bit more thinner to make that flow, but not too much. A little more over here. So sometimes with especially with the basing, sometimes you have to anticipate how this is going to work and interact with the base itself. I guess it is a little bit later. Remember we did all the warmer greens up here? That's why we wanted to do that, right? Because facing the snow, you would want the greens to be cooler, wouldn't you? Uh, yeah, maybe do a little bit more of the lighter stuff right there. So again, the warmer greens up here. Set up the cooler greens down there where that snow is going to be. Where's my... Well, not much of that lighter stuff left. This is another case again of some of the reflected light on his foot, because again there's going to be a lot of snow right here. That is why we're not really fooling around with these rocks very much, because that's see how his the toenail is a little bit above the ground there. That's because the snow is going to fill that in. Even here where his hand is, there's going to be a pile of snow there. We want to have, that's where we want a lot of the blood effects to be. Yeah, that would be, we don't want to mess with that there. What about this up here? We did get some of our... Right, let me look at the forehead on the one that we did before. We actually, that'd be... Wow, that actually was a bit darker up on the... Well, again, there was less time for the painting on that. Now here, that's another place where we can come in with some of our mid-tone skin and do a little bit of fixing on that, like so. Up here. Guess we'll roll with some of this to lighten this up as well. Yeah, I think so. Rolling for sure. Now these are for the Nords, so we've got we already have the Valkyries and the Huskarls assembled. We don't have any other figure. We don't have any of the Jotnar or the Trolls or whatever. Eventually those will be working their way here. In the meantime, I'll get to start assembling those Thunder Riders from Ward Drone. I already have the character that goes with them, so we're talking big old, again, orcs riding dinosaurs. Some are going to be part of tutorial vids, some are going to be on stream. So Roland, it's actually much easier to dry brush with the oils and also not end up with all the wacky texture like you do with the acrylics. You just have very, very, very little paint on the brush, and it works basically exactly the same way. The nice thing is that you can still mix with it because it's not wet, or it's not dry. The dry brush idea is the same. The paint itself, however, not dry. And again, since the oils are so much easier to apply than acrylics, that's what makes it actually easier to dry brush the oils than it does the acrylics. Because remember, the oil paints, that's kind of like the nice, smooth, restaurant style butter that just flows onto that bread real easy. Acrylics is kind of like super glue, wood glue, grout, peanut butter, gravel. That's about how easily that goes on a figure by comparison. And that really is not kidding, because when I do go back to the acrylics, it is quite the shock. Touch more Marmite right in there. Nope, has too much paint on there. You need very, very little of it with the oils. Less is more, and more is always way too much. So saith the Book of Wapple. As we get a little more light on the skin tone right there. So again, we did not do a whole lot of paint. All we did was just that really cursory initial dry brushing. That was it. And that was so we could get the tattoo stuff on there, and then proceed with trying to make the again all these lights and darks. Take some of the whites, some of the again the perline red. Let me see if I can. Then I might end up being too light, so let's back away a little bit. Ah, there we are. A little more of that up here. Because what we are trying, I wonder if you can see it sort of in here. Yeah, see some of the, almost like the translucency in the ears, right? Because that's just mostly cartilage there, right? This, I'm going to try and go a little lighter there. Not quite so much with the pinkish stuff. Actually, maybe a little bit of the yellow into that. That works. Did a bit of light up there. You know what, in here too, because that actually is a raised portion. Also, a little more up there. Yeah, let's get some overlight on the edge of the, oh yeah. Back to our little bit of red there, little bit reddish brown. of it here. And now I'm going to take, we have some of our white here, going to mix it with some of the yellow. And I'm trying to get the lightest lights here on the, right here, on the hair on the back of his hand. Like you do. Some more there. I don't think I have to go back with any of the really, because we have put some very dark stuff in there. What I might do is this though. Perling black, that's our green. Because we had some of it in between the fingers, then we kind of took some of that away. Let's get that back in here. Letting a little bit of our ochre mixed with that too. Nah, yeah, you really can't see anything there, so I don't think we'll do too much. I am going to get a little touch of the green under here. You know, I might even see. Yeah, I can do that here. So all of this, the tattoo stuff is really, it's been nice to be able to clean that up as we go along here. Four hours, 51 minutes ago, there was no paint on this. It looked just like that. So you have yourself a good night's sleep there, Arid. And remember, we will be painting that one on our Saturday stream. And Arid also has a our Friday stream, sorry. But Arid's got a Saturday stream coming up. That's 7 Pacific. So everybody please give Arid a can't wave a follow. So good night there, Arid. Have yourself a good one. Appreciate you being here as always. As always. I need a little more thinner in that. Because I'm going to try and lighten this. And here. Nah. We'll have to just come back with our dark. And it's always kind of easier to take the dark and sort of cut away some of the lighter stuff that we added. Like this. Yeah, make it a little more thinner. Break that down a bit. So good night there, Arid. Okay. So we were able to cut away some of the white that's there. More of our dark right in there, and these folds here. So get the initial basing of all this done in a video. Then that that color test figure we've been showing here every so often also was done in one of our Patreon videos. And we're going to be painting up a whole bunch of these on the stream here. Again, we got the one for tomorrow. And then you'll be seeing the Valkyries soon on the stream here. Again, we're going to do a color test vid, just like we did with this guy. So it was a little color test just to make sure all this stuff was going to work and see exactly how we wanted to approach it. I think in here I can maybe make this a little lighter because we're not really going to be doing the snow in there. And then right here on the very tops of this bark. I'm going to try and catch a little bit of these edges again. These are basing bits from Make It Epic Basing. Also some tree bark on here. That'd be pine tree bark. Yeah, Nary fell. Yeah, sometimes, well, you kind of get working quick and everything, and all of a sudden you feel, you know what? Yeah, you're like, what the heck? Why is this paint just bouncing off of here? And then all of a sudden you go, oh yeah, that's it. The miniature always lets you know, right, Nary fell? It always lets you know by refusing to actually put any paint on there. So by being persnickety, that's when you know. Let me take a little bit of my dark here, restore some of this. Again, there's going to be a lot of snow over there anyhow, so I don't think we'll see a whole bunch of that. You just take some of this pearline black and make this whole deal a little bit darker. Some of our, well, what is, it's like our new umber right there. Maybe some of this with said new umber will go over here. Yeah, look, my hand is on this here brush. It's closer to the back of the brush than to the front of the brush. So yep, tomorrow when we'll be doing the same approach, right? Because it's the darker primer, we're going to go in with kind of the dry brush type stuff, using as little paint as possible on the skin portion. Then doing some of the glaze type work in some of the darks, and then as that sets, well, do some of the stuff on the base, because that other one might have I think that one might have one of the more elaborate bases or more to paint because of the pose itself. Now, I think we'll head on over to Cake Creates here because, well, it's been almost 5 hours we've been doing this, and it's about 3 a.m. here. Same thing for you there, Nerifel. And actually, I got to set up the next print because the last print finished hours ago, so we got to set up that next print, clean off the resin printer as well, and get ready for all kinds of stuff tomorrow. So, again, all of this 4 hours and 58 minutes ago had no paint on it whatsoever. So we want to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations as always. And thanks to everybody for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. Thanks, Rico. And Rico, have a great stream. Well, we'll see if I can join you on that. We'll see how that goes. But great to see you here, Rico, as always. So, yep, sorry we have to head on out here. Again, I'm going to get that rate countdown to Cake Creates here. So thanks, Armored Wolf. Appreciate that. And well, hopefully after our stream on Friday, we're going to have ourselves all 3 of these doggies. So see you later, Jet. Glad that they found out what the heck was going on there. So see you guys later. Thank you so much.